Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Cheyenne-based attorney is asking Wyoming authorities to investigate Secretary of State Chuck Gray for alleged election-related crimes. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that George Powers says Gray violates, say they don't want the costs that come with it. The county says the workers are coming regardless.
This is a huge project. I spoke to the county planning director. He said, look, it's better to have them on site where they're not having this big commute, putting thousands of cars on our streets and stressing our local rental market. He used the example of, hey, I'm looking after the guy who's working at the checkout aisle at Safeway in South Cheyenne. What's going to happen to his rent when these six-figure specialist construction guys who are pipe fitters and electricians and others who are making a really good wage, what happens when they flood into the local rental market? What does that do to our everyday wage earners?
Justin Arnold, director of Laramie County Planning and Development, tells Cowboy State Daily that the camp is a response to several approved mega projects now converging on Cheyenne. 5 candidates to Wyoming's lone U.S. House seat are condemning President Donald Trump's decision to post online a Jesus-like image of himself in Roman-style robes and other religious imagery. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one lawmaker says there's no debate about the image.
This brought outrage from some on the Christian right, including Kevin Christensen, one of the 10 Republican candidates for Wyoming's U.S. House seat. He came out bold Monday night like, this is blasphemy. What's wrong is wrong. What's right is right. 2 more Republican candidates, John Romero Martinez and Matt McGinnis, both said that they agreed that the image was inappropriate.
Trump's post came after he clashed publicly with Pope Leo XIV over the war in Iran. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This is another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Know before you go. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Microsoft is announcing that it will buy 3,200 more acres in Cheyenne to build data centers, tripling its footprint in Wyoming's capital city, while promising to limit impacts on power rates, water, and housing. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Tuesday announcement comes amid vocal debates about data center impacts to energy costs and water usage.
There's a contingent of Wyomingites who are very opposed to this. I talked with Senator Gail Case, and he's wondering, are we being too easy on these data centers? They're getting pushed out of other places. Maybe we want to tamp that down a little until we get this figured out, because there are some big things to figure out. The thing is, you're using a resource. The more of that resource that gets used, the higher the price goes. If all of these data centers come in and bring their own power, great, but they're going to be using up a resource. That resource is going to get more expensive.
The Microsoft land purchase involves 2 pieces of land, one 200-acre parcel located in Bison Business Park on Wapiti Trail east of South Greeley Highway, and an adjacent 3,000-acre parcel accessible from Wapiti Trail. Wyoming American Legion Baseball started its 2026 season by combining the AA and Single A levels together. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that some former coaches don't like the move, saying it stacks the deck for bigger towns.
A lot of former baseball coaches see it as a bad thing for a number of reasons. The biggest one is that they feel that the smaller communities just can't compete on the same level anymore, both literally and figuratively, because when you've got a small community, it can be hard to put together a solid baseball team when you're competing against communities that are much larger, where they might have a much larger roster.
When the 2026 American Legion baseball season started earlier this month, the AA and Single A level were combined into a single Senior Legion level, which means all 23 teams will compete in 2 conferences, regardless of the size and skill of their teams. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Welcome to another Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Wednesday edition, April 15, tax return day. Yeah, I'll be busy with that. I put it off yesterday, procrastinating. Jam-packed lineup today. Shurie Scheel is going to be on the show. We're going to talk about Star Plunge, Thermopolis, hot springs, summer tourism kind of thing. Gail Symons, Cowboy State Daily columnist, will pop in and we'll talk about the importance of the primary coming up in August. It's not about November in Wyoming. It's August, and you got to show up to make your voice heard. Hank Hoversland will join the show in the second hour, executive director of the Wyoming Taxpayers Association. And we'll talk all things taxes. After all, it is IRS tax return day. Robert DeSoto. And we'll rap about the latest deal with University of Wyoming. They're going to put patches on their jersey, and that's going to help $4 million towards revenue sharing. Jim Benepe, the only Wyoming guy to tee it up at the Masters, the Sheridan-based golfer, is going to be with us. Rod Miller, he's got a big show tomorrow. We're going to talk with Rod Miller, and Bryan Pedersen is on the show as well. But first, let's get right to Betsey Hale. And Betsey, I got to fix your camera. Stand by. I don't know why my Zoom camera hasn't been working the last couple of days. There you are. Betsey Hale, CEO of Cheyenne, leads the Economic Development Organization for Cheyenne, Laramie County. Last time we caught up with Betsey and Cheyenne leads, we were talking about trying to attract the PRCA to Wyoming. And I think we've got, do we have that? Is that pretty much done, Betsey?
Well, we're pretty close. I would hope by the end of no later than middle of May that we have signed and executed development agreement with the PRCA. One of the things I want to remind everybody is that Cheyenne Leads and the Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association are both nonprofits. And so Tom Glaus has 24 volunteer board members, and I have 36 volunteer board members. So you have 60 individuals that have great ideas and are always really excited. When good things are happening. And so it takes time. Everybody wants a vote.
Well,
and
yes.
Even a say.
That's a lot of board meetings and a lot of hand raising, like straw poll, a lot of voting. You don't have just one czar that's going to say done deal. Okay. So I'm excited about that. I hope we get there. We're talking to you about these developments of these data centers, and it's full speed ahead with data centers in Wyoming. There are some concerns. And in fact, I have a myth sheet, things you think you know about data centers that maybe you don't. But Let's start with this project and this business park and the importance of zoning and creating a space for data centers to live.
Right. And, in Cheyenne and Laramie County, we're not beginners in the data center world. We started working with data centers 1994 when EchoStar and Dish came to Cheyenne with their first satellite uplink facility. Shortly after that, they put in a data center. And then that followed on the heels with Greenhouse Data and Lunavi. And those two projects are located in our Cheyenne Business Parkway Business Park. And thank you, Jake, for pointing it out that I think where Cheyenne and Laramie County stands a little bit different than the rest of the parts of the United States is our county commissioners and city councilors and basically our city leaders were very thoughtful about where should business and industry go. And so when you look at our 900-acre business park, it's out by I-80. It's sandwiched between the Union Pacific Railroad tracks and the Interstate 80, right? It's got commercial industrial development. And so that's why you see Related Digital going in the Cheyenne Business Parkway Business Park. You see a Microsoft data center that's already been built by the Christensen Road property. Business parks are important because they come with conditions, covenants, restrictions. They come with commercial owners associations. They come with obligations and responsibilities. And so, that was kind of the embryonic start. Then we went to North Range Business Park. Again, our county commissioners set up what we call a PUD, a planned unit development. And that's when we brought NCAR in, National Center for Atmospheric Research, with their supercomputer, again, in a business park. And that's when Microsoft soon followed on in 2010, 11, and 12. This property that City Council talked about on Monday night, the Cox property, want to point out that that's a willing annexation. The city is not treating this as an annexation, a forced annexation. They're not asking that property owner to annex. That property owner would like to annex, but they're also wanting to annex with that zone change to business park. That's good for those neighbors because with that, joining that North Range Business Park, there'll be conditions, covenants, restrictions. There'll be a commercial owners association. There'll be assessments to make sure that those uses are compatible, to make sure that that business park stays clean. And there'll be management of that park that goes out every week and make sure those companies are being good neighbors. And maybe, Jake, there hasn't been the communication that's been needed for those residential neighbors to the north, so they know who to call, and who to call is us. It's Cheyenne Leads. They need to call us and say, hey, this is going on. Here's our concerns. It's going before City Council for a hearing, the first public hearing. It's going to go to Public Service Commission next week. And, hey, can you help us? Can you help us figure this out? What's going on? And so, I just appreciate you guys having me on today because those are those little nuances. And you talked about the fact sheet, the myth buster, so to speak, that I sent you. Those are things we haven't necessarily put out in front of our residents here in Cheyenne. And we're just grateful we have an opportunity with you to do that.
Yeah, because there are a lot of questions. We're going to get you answers. Betsey has them for you at Cheyenne Leads. Questions about, infrastructure. Can Cheyenne, can this area handle and all the additional workers and all the stuff? Well, one more thing, though, Betsey, about the business park, that zoning, whether it's the Bison Business Park or North Range, is it? Give us just a quick down and dirty about how they operate. This is not heavy industrial zoning. Correct. This is kind of a light new tech zoning. They're governed by not an HOA, but a COA. Explain how they work, what they are.
So I appreciate you bringing that up too. We do have one heavy industrial business park that we have, the Swan Ranch Industrial Park. It's rail served. We're really glad it's there because you do have to have heavy industrial. You do have to have heavy manufacturing, steel, those kinds of things. You do have to have your oil and gas companies have a good place to stay. And so we don't want to say that we don't have a heavy industrial park, but we do have one. But to your point, those conditions, covenants, and restrictions, and they're available online if you go into those property owners that are within our park. And they really set standards for like outdoor storage. They really set standards for what are the allowed uses. And if you look at North Range, which is south of this property, and I do want to point out too that annexation also includes 2 city properties. The Board of Public Utilities is actually part of this annexation. They have a treatment facility there, and then there's also a vacant city lot there. And so as we look at that annexation, what the BP zone does is it says these are the uses that could happen. And at this time, there isn't a site plan that's being evaluated. So as residents nearby there and citizens throughout Cheyenne take a look, understand putting that zoning designation there says these are the uses that could happen. Residential development won't happen. The other thing that it does is it is mandatory that they tie on to city water and sewer. And that's really important for those residents to the east because they don't want a business park drilling down with wells and septic to serve them. And so when you put those businesses in the business park onto city water and sewer, that means they won't be depleting the aquifer. That means they can be managed by the Board of Public Utilities. And again, they're part of a larger system. And so those are the things that come with that business park zoning and with those standards. And to your point about the COAs, it's almost a means to self-police the residents of the park, just like you would have in your HOA. Yeah. You would say to your homeowner neighbor, if they've got 3 RVs and a broken down truck in the road, you can go over and say, hey, that's not part, if you want to paint your house purple, hey, you can't do that. So, and it's not that, but it's very similar to that. And that's why we put those commercial owners associations in place. The COAs also manage open space. We have 160, I think it is, acres of open space in Cheyenne Business Parkway, might be a little less than that. And then we have about 50, 60 acres of open space. And that park, if you look at it, we very purposely wanted it to look sort of Vitavu-esque. So, we do have design standards there for the signs and for the landscaping and things like that.
So I'm learning Cheyenne leads, like one of the major things you do is identify where you want this development, how it should look. So, I imagine you're up on all the latest real estate and land ownership. Do we have, do you feel pretty confident we're putting these data centers in the right places?
Yep. And, that's something that's really important is, we want to make sure that long range planning occurs. And I do think our city councils, and I'm certain our county commissioners have been really thoughtful because the further out something goes, the further out government services have to be sent, right? So you have to send a snowplow, you have to send a police car, you have to send a fire truck, and so you have to be thoughtful. And one of the things that we do at Cheyenne Leads is we actually do a site stats analysis. And what that site stats analysis does is it measures the economic benefits of the business that's coming into the park. It measures the economic benefits of the employees, only 50%. Because we assume only 50% will shop in Cheyenne, do business in Cheyenne, live in Cheyenne, so we don't inflate the numbers. And then we see, okay, here's the economic benefit, but guess what? There's an economic cost. There's a cost of service delivery. There's a cost of service delivery from the city, the county, and the state. How we calculate that is we take the city, the county, and the state budgets, we load it into this model, and then we actually are able to see, hey, is there an upside? Because, every deal's not a good deal, Jake. Every project. And so we try to be sure that when we look at these companies coming into our parks, that there's an economic benefit. There's a net fiscal benefit. There's taxes paid. There's investments that are made. And so it's really important that that kind of critical eye is early. And in our office, we say no a lot. We say no to companies a lot, even if they're not a good cultural fit. We'll just say, you're not really good for Wyoming. We're a Second Amendment state.
That's interesting.
We're wide open spaces.
Yeah, that's interesting to know all the deals that don't get made. We'll never know about them, the general public. And you touched on my next question. What are the benefits to Wyoming? And from taxing these companies, whether it's Microsoft or whatever, there's economic benefits to the state.
Sure. And, one of the things that we've been trying to share, not only with you and with the community, but also with the state legislature, is what are the real dollars and cents? Why are these data centers making sense for Laramie County, making sense for the city of Cheyenne? And the examples there on the city and the county are that when the state legislature cut the property tax revenue, that affected city and county budgets. But the other revenue streams that come in are as the data center growth occurred and those residential property taxes went down. And you could talk to Commissioner Malm or Commissioner Thompson, Commissioner Heath. They were able to balance their budget with the revenue stream, the tax revenue that was coming off of two things. One, the real property tax on the building and the land, and two, the business personal property tax on the equipment. And that's one of the things that people forget is the most expensive cost that these data centers have is not the building, it's all the server equipment that's inside. And those are billions and billions of dollars of equipment that have to be replaced every 3 years. So that's your city and the county. The sales tax side is really important because that's where you have the sales tax on power. Power is that other input that these businesses use. And so there's a sales tax on power. That sales tax goes to the state. There's other sales taxes that go to the state through the activities of the businesses themselves and also through their employees. So there is an upside on that Mythbusters that I provided you. We had Senator Case on the Revenue Committee, Representative Locke. We had, the gentleman out of Casper, whose name I can't remember. I'm so embarrassed. McCune, Senator McCune. They asked me very purposely this past legislative session and last interim to say, Betsey, show us that the sales and use tax on data center equipment results in new money coming to Wyoming. And we were able to demonstrate from 2010 right through to 2024, and we haven't done the numbers yet for 2025, but we were able to demonstrate that every dollar of revenue foregone, it's an exemption. So we don't collect it and give it back because we can't with our constitutional provision. But for every dollar foregone, $35.50 of new money in the form of capital investment and tax revenue, whether it's tax on the power, real and business personal property taxes, and also fees, and just their investment in land, buildings, the servers themselves that'll continue to be replaced every 3 years. So that's more real property tax. That's 35 real dollars that come for that $1 of revenue foregone. And I really want to thank those elected officials at the state for asking for that information, because taxpayers deserve to know what those results are. And this is all publicly available information. So we at Leeds, we're agnostic. We're not partisan. We're just looking for what's the data, ground truthing.
Betsey Hale, we're speaking with Betsey, the CEO of Cheyenne Leeds. And as Betsey points out, not every economic development potential deal is a good deal. They screen things. They're careful about balancing the benefits to Wyoming to the cost. Let's go into that myth-busting phase. I love the idea that Wyoming is home to data centers because that's the race for AI. That is the future, and Wyoming can play a key role. But I don't want to do it at the expense of my own power bill and watching the electricity rates go up. And I don't want the idea that a state in a drought right now, these things are resource hungry, these data centers. They want water, they want power. Yes? No?
Right. Well, let's get right to the point on water. If you go to the Board of Public Utilities website, you look at their annual report, it's about 119 pages long. You get somewhere into page 92 or 93, you'll see they list their top 10 water and sewer users. And of course, Microsoft is in there. In 2024, they were actually behind the golf courses here in Cheyenne. They used about 1.2% of all the water. So 12 data halls used 1.2% of all the water that the city of Cheyenne, the Board of Public Utilities, uses on an annual basis. And the golf courses that were watered 4 months of the year used more. In 2025, that's up to about 1.9%, which percentages are kind of tough because, they land wherever you land in the scheme of things. And so you have to go look at gallons. And so I think it's really important for your listeners to know that in Cheyenne, and that's why we want to put them on BOPU, water and sewer, because we're not draining those aquifers, and so and in fact, I think Board of Public Utilities would like them to use more water because that's how they balance their budgets, is that water and sewer use. As far as ratepayers go, one of the things we have to point out to your listeners is this is Black Hills Energy's franchise. So if you're in the city of Cheyenne, if you're served in the North Range Business Park, if you're served in the Cheyenne Business Parkway or the Bison Business Park or High Plains, you're served by Black Hills Energy. Black Hills Energy has a very successful large load tariff. The large load tariff is available for data centers, but it's also available for heavy manufacturing. And so that's really, it's not something special for data centers. The Office of Consumer Advocate, Black Hills Energy, worked with the Public Utilities Commission to get that rate put in place. That rate puts the onus for all new generation, all new transmission, all new substation, all new infrastructure, and upgrades of any existing infrastructure on the large load user. So in this case, on the data center user. So we haven't seen the rate increases that you might see throughout the country in other utilities. The exciting thing I think that we have to think about for Wyoming is, Rocky Mountain Power hasn't successfully deployed a large load tariff. I know the rural electrics, Tri-State, Basin, the generation side of rural electrics and the other rural electric co-ops themselves are trying to get it done. But the real opportunity are these on-site generation natural gas plants, because now Wyoming natural gas is going to be sold to Wyoming companies to generate power for Wyoming data centers. And so instead of exporting natural gas and providing power to other parts of our country, we're going to provide business and economic energy and sales of natural gas right here in Wyoming, which creates jobs in Wyoming. And so I'm hoping that as the gas plants come online, and as we see Tallgrass and Crusoe, which is down in a PUD south of town, as that gas plant comes online and that data center is built, that we start to see that model replicated in other parts of Wyoming. We're excited about that industry and that sector here. But to me, as a professional economic developer, I want to see other parts of Wyoming. I want to see Carbon County, Converse County. I want to see those folks benefit, And again, to go back to what you were talking about, you really do need to have land use regulations. You do need to have appropriate zoning. You do need to have places where these businesses should go. And that is the one thing. Our organization's been around 40 years. We started that first park back in the 90s. We started the second park in the early 2000s. We put Bison Business Park together during COVID, High Plains shortly after that. But again, in the far out reaches, the one thing I do want to leave you with, because I know you're probably shorter on time, is I do want to make sure that people know that we're also very cognizant of the need for housing, commercial, residential, technology, medical. We're aware of that. And so we're working with the property owner south of Meta to make sure that we have future growth opportunities for housing. You won't see data centers on that land south of the Meta campus where we built the new road. You're going to see a very well thought out mixed use development. You talked about the PRCA at the beginning. We're looking at building our third business park called the Hitching Post District. We want to make sure that 415 acres that's at the intersection of I-80 and I-25, we don't want that to be a data center campus. We don't want that to be heavy industrial. We want that to be a destination for tourists, but a destination in a place where our own residents can go to get a cocktail, have dinner, see the PRCA Hall of Fame and Museum, just have this wonderful celebration of Western heritage. And so there'll be design standards there too, CCRs, commercial owners associations, all the things I talked about with our parks already.
Betsey Hale is with us. Yeah, we're a little short on time, Betsey. We got to move along, but I'm glad there is such an organization, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization like Cheyenne Leads that helps bring in whatever business, economic development and does it smartly. That's the key. You can't just bring in anyone and everyone because the infrastructure, housing, grocery stores, hospital. I mean, we got to think about everything. We got to do it smart. We got to have vision and planning, and that's what Betsey does. That's what Cheyenne Leads does. Betsey, thanks for being on.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate you very much. Have a great day.
Let's take a quick break here.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
All right, we're right back to it after that brief commercial break. Joining us now in the early morning first hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show, Shurie Scheel. I don't know anybody named Shurie.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, come on. What? That's an interesting name.
It is, yeah. My mother was very creative.
Yeah, Shurie Scheel's here. We're going to talk about all things maybe tourism in Thermopolis. You may know Shurie and her husband Phil. They own Tumbleweed Propane. Thermopolis. We are just hearing news the other day from Renee Jean, the ongoing saga that is Star Plunge in Thermopolis, the great hot springs. It's not the only place, but for me, it's like, I don't know, it's symbolic of Thermopolis and the whole hot springs experience. And you need Star Plunge, do you not? Like, it's important.
I mean, it has been a big hit to our community. People are definitely missing it. And we hear all the time, how important it is for our community. And it's been a hit for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the latest news we hear, and are you able to talk about what the deal might be that the state would just take? It's a complex ownership and lease going on. There is an owner of Star Plunge, and we'll talk about him. And then it's leased state lands. Like, how does it all work? It's kind of complicated, Shurie.
It is, yeah. So the business owners themselves own the buildings and the property there, but they don't own the land. Obviously, it belongs to the state. And so they all are leaseholders. It's not just Star Plunge, it's all of the vendors. And actually in Hot Springs County, most of our public facilities are on state park land as well, because that lease is 1 mile around. The state owns 1 mile around the Big Spring. So a lot of our public properties are on the state park land. And so there's a whole bunch of these leaseholders, and stuff gets a little bit messy when the people who own the buildings don't agree with the state who owns the land. And that's what's happening now.
Now, Shurie, explain what your interest is as far as economic development and Star Plunge. A lot of folks don't know this, but the hot water in Thermopolis and in Hot Springs County is not natural. It's generated by propane. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, let's get that rumor going, Jake. That's great.
Let's get that going. The reason you enjoy a nice hot soak is you can thank propane for that. No, what is your interest? What is
So I've lived in Thermop my whole life, and it's a great little town, but we're so tiny that we do not have any money to pay an economic development professional. So you are stuck with me as a volunteer. I'm the board president of Thrive Thermopolis, which is our local economic development company. And I think that's why I care. And, as a lifelong resident, it's hard to see that happening over in the park too.
Yeah. I mean, do you have a chamber of you have a chamber of commerce and that kind of stuff, visitor center?
Fantastic chamber of commerce.
Yeah.
Yep. And they run the visitor center for the park. Yep.
Yeah. So is there any other economic development stuff happening in Thermopolis? Not all hot springs type things. There's a lot of reasons to visit that town.
There is. Yeah. And actually, they asked me to talk to you guys this morning about some of the data that we have that shows our data. And it's a little murky because you're right. There's a lot more in Thermopolis than just the hot springs. We have a lot of stuff going on. And so the data does tell a little bit of a twisted saga, actually, as far as, how much we've actually taken a hit from this. And it's really hard to tell because that's one thing happening amidst many other things.
Yeah, and it's not only the lost revenue or the lost visitation to Star Plunge, which was shuttered the entire season, right? I mean, that thing was closed all last summer.
It was, yeah. It closed down last January.
Yeah. It's also just this, general impression. If you're mapping out your vacation or whatever, and you want to go see certain things, you're like, oh, I'm going to go see the Devil's Tower. Then we're going to go to Yellowstone. Thermopolis was kind of 50-50 because we'd love to do the hot springs. Oh, but look, Star Plunge is closed. All right, we'll cross it off. I mean, it was big, and who knows? You may not be able to measure how many missed visits because of the whole Star Plunge thing.
Right, but I think it's also important to note that our overall lodging tax is up from 2024 to 2025. So we're actually up by 2.5%. If you compare the years just with lodging tax, of course, our occupancy rates and our sales tax paint slightly different pictures because overall sales tax just for the leisure and hospitality sector is down about 0.9% for the year, and the occupancy is down slightly by a couple of percentages year over year as well. So actually, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. So it's hard to say how much that actually helped or hurt us, just because we're pretty even.
I think small town communities in Wyoming are going to benefit a lot from the 250th, the whole celebration. You're probably going to be packed 4th of July. Every time I talk to Jackie Dorothy, Cowboy State Daily, she's in Thermopolis talking about all the things that are being planned for Thermop. You're doing something for the 4th, right? You're going to turn around a big wagon train full of like the mule train.
Right. It's not on the 4th of July, though. So that's important. It's in June. It's like June 12th to 14th. Everybody come to Thermopolis for Trailblazer Days. And you're right. They're going to turn around a 16 mule team on the main street here, which is why our streets are so wide. That's kind of our claim to fame here.
Yeah.
With those super wide streets so that they can do that. That's why they built them so far apart. And so they're going to do that for the first time. I don't even know, hundreds of years probably.
Yeah, Trailblazers Days, that's going on in mid-June. That's just going to be a warm-up for what I'm sure will be a great 4th in a great summer season in Thermopolis. What else? Are there a lot of dude ranches up there? Do people do that?
We don't have very many. There are a few that are pretty specialized. So go online and search those guys out. There's a couple that do dude ranching, and they do specifically like English writing training. There's a really big facility that does that. And there's also one that does regenerative agriculture. So you can come and learn about taking care of the soil, which takes care of the plants, which takes care of the beef. And so pretty specialized units. And I would encourage, if you're interested, to just go online and search those out.
So when's the last time you were at Star Plunge, Shurie? Even the locals go, right?
Yeah, it's been a while, probably fall of 24 since it's been closed that whole time. So yeah, definitely we miss it.
We got to get back in there for sure. Hopefully they're ready. From what I understand, they're ready to go. I know many lawmakers have been working to try to make it happen, including State Senator Ogden Driscoll. He's been trying to pave the way. $3 million buyout could mean that Star Plunge opens. It's apparently ready to open. The owner, Roland,
Yeah, we've heard that.
yeah, he's kept it up, like ready, as if, tomorrow, if something happened to change things, we could get it going back up and running pretty fast.
I think there were a lot of senators that worked really tirelessly on that. And Ogden Driscoll, Ed Cooper, our local guy, they both worked on that really hard. And I think that that's huge for our community. We really are appreciative of that. It sounds like the next step is that the state park is working on putting together an RFP for the appraisal of the business. So that's the first step, is they have to figure out how much they're worth. So hopefully in a month or two, that vendor will be chosen. Then they obviously have to have time to do that appraisal. And then we move on to the negotiation phase between the state and the businesses. So hopefully we're, a couple of months, 6 months maybe away from having the whole thing settled. And then hopefully we'll be back open again.
Shurie Scheel chatting with us about economic development in Thermopolis. We had Cheyenne leads Betsey Hale on just before you, economic development in the capital city. And then your position is economic development sort of de facto. It just falls on you.
Right.
But yeah, all right. Thanks so much for giving us some insight on the latest with Star Plunge and the whole Thermopolis saga. I hope we get it fixed soon. There are many, many reasons to visit Thermopolis.
Absolutely. And we're excited about the new opportunity in the park and excited to see this moving toward a resolution. Thanks, Jake. Have a great morning.
Thank you, Shurie. You too. Thanks for coming on. Up next, Gail Symons right after this.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Next up on the Cowboy State Daily Show, Gail Symons joins us, Cowboy State Daily columnist. Her last two columns been concerning the upcoming elections. And when we talk about elections in Wyoming, we don't necessarily think November. In fact, that's kind of the lesser date. It's all about August, Gail, the primaries, because we're such a Republican state. It's all the hoopla. It all gets done in August or doesn't get done. Surprising numbers, maybe, that you had in your column, August 24. 1 in 4 of us bothered to show up for the primaries. And that was like that's not even midterm stuff. It's a missed opportunity if you don't get out there and vote in the primaries. So, yeah, where do you want to start, Gail?
Well, it's been really interesting because the oddest thing I found, and thinking back, I shouldn't have, is that first column from a week and a half ago, the previous one, both the Republican Party apparatus, the people who are really fervent followers of the party and the party structure, and they are leaders in it, or they are precinct people, and the Democratic Party, both of them were mad. and so what I wrote this week was that, I was surprised that they chose to first of all center on one thing that I said, and then decide that I was asking Democrats, registered Democrats, to switch over to be registered Republicans so that they could somehow, either fix the party on one side or undermine the principles on the other. And I'm like, I'm usually a pretty good writer. I pretty much put on the paper what I'm intending to say. So you've chosen to read that into here. And so what I did this past week was I said, well, let's look at the numbers, because what this is tribalism. And I went on to, I added to that to my personal Facebook, and I put a lot of things that I just didn't have time or space to do in my column. And here's the hard truth that I wrote on, and here's some numbers. So as of January of this year, the total number of from the total number of people that are registered. So these are the people at the beginning of an election year that are registered. And of that, 210,000 are Republicans. There are 30,000, 1/7 of the number, right, are registered Democrat, and a similar amount is registered as unaffiliated or a minor party. So we literally have a major party, the Democrats, that are matched in numbers by unaffiliated and minor parties who can't vote. I mean, they could show up and get a blank ballot, but they have no choices at all in the August election. So to decide that I wanted 31,000 should vote in the Republican Party ignores who actually shows up, which has been my point all along. So this is the other hard truth. 105,000, half of registered Republicans, did not vote in 2024. 1/2 of Republicans. So while the Republican Party is looking over at the 30,000, which is literally 1/3 of the voting Republicans, that wouldn't make any difference. The easiest lift is to get people who've already registered as Republican to show up. And there are 3 times as many of those people registered Republican not voting in 2024, 3 times as many as the entire population that is registered as Democrat. So why would anybody focus on registered Democrats? That's nonsense. That's tribalism. That's paying attention so that you have an enemy that you can call out instead of doing the job that you should be doing, which is getting all Republicans to vote. As to why that is, I've got some ideas. But then the Democrats are like, well, the executive director said the Republicans are trying to get us to fix our party. Here's another hard truth. You don't have enough Democrats to fix the Republican Party. So if you had every single one switch to Republican, but every Republican who's registered votes, you still don't change the outcome. So don't become a Republican. Just show up and vote. And they're not going to do that if you don't have candidates. So I'm not particularly impressed with the apparatus of either party. And I'm concerned about the people in Wyoming because half of them don't even register and half of those don't vote. That's my whole shtick.
Yeah. In that first column that Gail references that did elicit feedback all centered on one thing, everybody just hyper focused on the party switching kind of thing. And that has been a huge hot topic. You say fixing, but very often the term meddling in a primary was used in years past. The Democrats should change party affiliation in order to meddle with a Republican primary. But if you want your voice heard in August, you have till May 13th to change that party affiliation.
So the other thing that happens, and I wrote on my personal Facebook this, the Japanese have a saying that to a hammer, everything's a nail.
Yeah.
So if you are a partisan with your hyper focus on your own party, like a true believer, a zealot, whether you're a zealot for the Republican Party or a zealot for the Democratic Party, you are blind to the fact that clearly 70% of Wyomingites don't care about your party structure. So you can call it a private party if that's what you want, but they don't care about that because if they did, they'd register and they'd vote. So that idea of well, she's clearly talking. And so my aha moment was, well, wait a minute. They don't understand that change in party affiliation is a administrative action in a system, a database. So when you change your affiliation, what you're doing is you're changing what's in the system, and you're changing it from, the biggest thing is from unaffiliated to a major party, because the ballots in our primary are only either Democratic or they're Republican. And so if you are an unaffiliated and you live out in the county, you literally have a blank ballot. So when I say change in affiliation, I was talking about administrative change to the system. And what they heard was, I want the Democrats to become Republicans. No, if you're a Democrat, I want you to be a Democrat and get out and vote.
Yeah. And
if you're a Republican, then show up and vote. But But the blinders, this deliberate blindness. So what we're working on a nonpartisan basis is to get people to understand how our elections really work. And when in any given county, 60 to 100% of the folks elected, depending on your county, are from the Republican Party, then if you don't care about somebody's bylaws, you don't care about their platform, you just care about your community, then the pragmatic truth is when you register, you should probably register as Republican, because that's going to give you a choice. The only two exceptions are in Albany County and in Teton County. And then it's a toss-up, because then you have to look and you have to say, do I care about my local or do I care about the state? And that's a hard choice. That's probably the hardest choice are in those two counties.
Yeah. Here's what's at stake in the 2026 midterm election. It will decide all 5 top statewide offices, every seat in the Wyoming House, the one, half the Senate, all county elected offices, city, town council seats, mayor races, all that kind of stuff. And here's the sad fact is those who have to live longest with the decisions of the election are the ones not voting, getting the youth out to vote.
So it's true that as a population, and I don't know the numbers, and I've got to look them up, that we are an aged population. The largest numbers are in the 55, basically retired, 60 years and older. They vote. The remnants of the greatest generation and the boomers and Gen X to some degree, they vote because we had fathers and grandfathers who came back from Europe and said, we have to save our democratic way of life. And the way you do it is you vote. And what's happened is that's become diluted. So while the 60-year-olds are numerically well over the younger generations, only 13% of the population that is 18 to 30, only 13% of those people participate. Now we're talking low numbers because it's a percentage of the total number that are in that age group, but they're not voting. And then you go to the 30 to 49-year-old, I guess they're the millennials. They're only 19% of them are voting. You get up and it's 65% for 50-year-olds and 65% for 70-year-olds, and 80 and older, it's 70%. These are the people, these younger folks, this is their future. I'm going to be 70 this year. I've lived a full life. This isn't my future. I care about Wyoming. I want the people whose future this is to start having a say. Will it be the same? I don't know. But they need to have a say.
One last thing, Gail, it's not enough to register and then even show up in August or November. Finish the ballot. I don't know if it's ballot fatigue. A lot of us come and we hit the big ticket items, and then towards the end we're like, vote all the way through.
Yep. So 5 years ago, I created whyvote.vote. And when you go on there, you scroll down, you can go to your county. And on your county, as of right now, it lists every office that will show up on a ballot in your primary, every office. And then there's links to what that office does. At the end of May, when the filing period is over, we will load up every single name of every single candidate. And that came because I asked people if they voted. And one of the responses I got was, I used to, but I don't know any of these people that are running. Okay, let's do something about that.
Yeah.
So after we load that and you can see their names, we ask them to submit a profile that is like a resume. I think of voting as hiring somebody to do a job for you. And that job is to represent your interests, represent you and your family and your businesses and your community. And so take it on that way. Know what the job is. Make sure the candidate knows what the job is. What's their background? And that's what we ask on that profile. And why are they running? Why are they running, and what are they going to achieve? So the whole idea is there to make it easier for people to realize and then vote down ticket. Those are the people that are making the most difference in your life. Those are the city council. Those are your county commissioners. Those are your assessor and your treasurer and your sheriff.
Gail Symons heard 2 articles in the Cowboy State Daily Show. In Wyoming, the real election day is August. I mean, that's the biggie. Primaries, so crowded races, mostly on the Republican side. So think about how you register to vote. You have less than a month now to change party affiliations. May 13th, the deadline, and the big voting day in Wyoming, I think, August 18th.
And so the change of affiliation is only for people who are already registered. So call your county clerk's election office and find out, because some people were purged because they didn't vote in the general. The other thing is that if you are not registered, you can in advance register, and you now have to prove that you're a citizen. You have to prove that you've been here for 30 days, and you have to prove where you live. You have until 2 weeks before the primary. So the primary is the 18th. That's until the 4th of August to get registered. That is a separate. You have to prove that you're a citizen and you live where you say you live. So go in and do that. You can also register on the day. If you register early during that 2-week period, then you can register and vote on that day, or you can do it on the 18th. But register in advance. It's the best way, and then you can correct anything that you need. But you can register. If you're not registered, you can register in all the way into August. But if you're already registered, find that out and then decide if you are in the system as the party that serves you personally best. Whether that's Democrat or Republican is up to you, but it needs to be one or the other.
Thank you, Gail, for being on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A mild winter has produced a bumper crop of Wyoming turkeys, and the territorial rituals have already started. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that seasoned turkey hunters are saying this will lead to a huge season.
I talked to a couple guys, one guy who's here in Wyoming and one guy who's good buddies with him from Montana that frequently comes down to Wyoming and hunts. They say, we've had this weird, wacky weather, essentially no winter. Basically, they said all it's really done is put the turkeys into like their mating behavior a little bit early, about a month early. The season opens on the 20th, but they say the turkeys are already gobbling. They said that probably shouldn't affect the hunting. The hunting should still be okay. And because of the mild winter, we'll probably have a bumper crop of young turkeys.
Wyoming has both spring and fall turkey hunting seasons. The spring season opens April 20th. The almost $141 billion Sentinel missile program is racing to catch up after cost overruns triggered a congressional review and delays. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that officials say the stakes are high for national defense, and Wyoming and F.E. Warren Air Force Base sit at the heart of the push.
This is the largest public works project since the highway system was built. $140.9 billion replacement of the Minuteman III missile system. That is part of our nuclear deterrent approach. America wants to replace those because while we were flirting with the idea of, reducing nuclear arms, the rest of the world didn't play along with that. China added technology and capability to its missiles. Russia did the same thing. And so we're realizing that we've got to modernize our missiles. Wyoming, again, is right in the middle of it. We are ground zero for this upgrade.
Northrop Grumman's Sentinel spokesperson, Matt Dillow, tells Cowboy State Daily that the acceleration push is coming from the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Strategic Command. Dillow added that both entities are saying they need the operational capability of Sentinel as soon as they can get it. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This is another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Know before you go. Plan ahead, give yourself plenty of time, anticipate road conditions, and consider alternate routes. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. At least 3 rematches in the Wyoming House of Representatives have surfaced so far this campaign season, and one more looks likely. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they all feature Republicans facing other Republicans.
We have some of these kind of close races where either some of them were ousted House members, some of them are just fell short of becoming House members, and they're saying, yeah, I'm doing it again. Like X.E. Brown lost to Landon Brown by 17 votes, and he's been churning in that community since then. So he's decided, yeah, let's give it another go. Same thing. Edith Allen lost to now Representative Kevin Christensen by like 6 votes in the primary election. And so you've got these kind of tantalizing losses that are rehashing themselves as rematches in the primary right now.
Unlike other states, in deep red Wyoming, the notable rematches feature Republicans against other Republicans. After a Laramie man totaled his car colliding with a moose in the dark early morning hours on Monday, he and his fiancée hoped that they could at least claim the meat. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that somebody else had different plans.
By the time they got back up there, somebody else had already messed with the moose carcass. Apparently, he said it looked like they put a winch cable around the snake and winched it down a Forest Service road and ruined a bunch of meat by dragging it along its side. Took about a quarter of the meat that was still good and then just left. He basically walked away from the accident with a couple minor cuts, and that was it. He had already checked it in with Game and Fish on the scene and then submitted the form to claim the carcass.
Tim Weiland tells Cowboy State Daily that he woke his fiancée, Lindsay Williams, at 6 a.m. to tell her that a moose totaled their car, and then he called back and said he lost the moose meat. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only state.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, and we bring in Hank Hoversland, and we're going to talk about my least favorite topic, taxes.
You know, Jake, it's the two certainties in life, death and taxes. I'd rather talk taxes than the other. And so happy tax day, and thanks for having me on.
Good point, Hank. I'll be doing my taxes. Me and TurboTax have a session scheduled after my show today. I want to talk about all Wyoming tax stuff, especially property tax, and help folks access some important tools that I'll bet you didn't know were available. Hank is the executive director of Wyoming Taxpayers Association, established in 1937. Hank got there in late 2024 as ED, and he focuses on tax policy, state revenue, educating the public on how Wyoming tax system works. I was on your website, Hank, and I filled out some stuff that gave me an idea of what my tax burden is, according to, my assessed value of my home, whether I have kids in school, how much I drive, like how much do I pay in and how much benefit do I get back. It's pretty neat to have a tool like that. It's pretty cool to have the Cowboy Family tool. That's another powerful thing you can get into. So let's start with the website and everything your organization does, Wyoming Taxpayers Association, and make it sound good, fun, Hank.
It's not an easy task, but I'll try my best.
Okay.
So our website is wyotax.org. And so on that website, we have a lot of different resources. And I just want to step back and really talk about what our mission is here at the Taxpayers Association and who we are. Because sometimes we're thought of as we're just big business or just companies. We have members from all walks of life, and different business sizes, from small agricultural producers up to large businesses that help pay taxes in Wyoming. So we support all of those by researching, educating the public and policymakers, and advocating our main mission of advocating sound tax policy for a healthy Wyoming economy, which I think is a shared vision for many people. That's super important. How do we do that? Education is one of the most important parts, and I think we've seen that in the past as we have these property tax discussions. And so one tool that you referenced is the Cowboy Family tool that we rolled out in the spring and summer of 2024 at the Wyoming Taxpayers Association. And what that really does is show, as individual taxpayers, what do we put into the system and what do we get back out? So the Cowboy Family is a hypothetical family of four. Two working parents making a modest income of $125,000 a year combined, with two kids in K through 12 school. And what we found, when excluding federal taxes, right? Today's federal tax day, but we excluded that because our focus is really here in Wyoming, was that for every dollar they paid in revenue towards state and local governments, they got $13.83 back in services. And so that's super important. And that includes fuel taxes, sales and use taxes, other excise taxes, and the largest source of revenue of property tax for local governments. Why that's important, we think it shows us a story, and I've been reading The Paradox of Plenty by former Governor Freudenthal recently, and we've had this discussion many times in the past, so it's nothing new to the state of Wyoming. But it shows who the taxpayers are in Wyoming. While individuals like you and I are taxpayers, the difference is made up by different things like investment income from those permanent funds that minerals companies pays, other businesses, commercial properties, industrial properties. Betsey this morning I was watching talked about those, and so those make up those differences, and it's been a long-term thought plan from many legislatures from the past to kind of show who those taxpayers are, so that we have a lesser tax burden as people. One last note on that, the Cowboy Family, is that take myself just living here in Cheyenne, we have yet to be able to put in a scenario. So you talked about the calculator that comes with that. So you can put in your own situation, which is nice because some people are different, might not have a family, might not have kids in K through 12 education. We still have yet to find a scenario in which you pay more tax revenue than the services you receive back from the state or local governments.
Yeah, no matter how you fill out that form, online form, what you get back from taxes always greater than what you pay, which is, I mean, hopefully that's a target goal. I love that the page on wyotax.org that is the cornerstones of taxation. Let's talk about policy. Anytime you think about a tax, whether it's a new one, an old one, you want to ask yourself, what is the tax? Is it just designed to generate revenue? Will it change behavior of folks in the economy? Is it even constitutional? I love all these things, the cornerstone of taxation.
Yeah, certainly. And that came out of a couple of things, Jake. And so I appreciate you pointing that out, because in the mid to early 2000s, we were in a place. It came after the Tax Reform 2000 committee was put together and the report was released by the legislature. And what that found when they really said, okay, here's Wyoming's tax structure as it is now. If we tore it down and built it back up, what would it look like? And what they found examining Wyoming's tax structure at the time, which hasn't really changed a lot since then, was that it was inequitable and it was unbalanced and unstable, right? We see booms and busts all the time based on the mineral economy. And so much of that rings true today. And so we came together at that time, or the Taxpayers Association, the organization came together and said, we're a bunch of companies from different industries trying to speak with a unified voice. We have oil and gas, we have mining, trona mining, we have coal mining, we have alternative energy sources, and ag producers and everything in between. And so how can we come together with a unified voice on tax policy in the state and really say, does this make sense? We don't want tax policy to be punitive. Rather, it should be something that really is a broad base, right? Making sure that everyone is paying their fair share for those services they receive. And so that's kind of where those cornerstones came from. And we just think that every tax policy proposed by policymakers here in the state should be just, equitable, stable, and transparent. I think transparent's an important part too, so that people understand it.
Yeah, and taxes shouldn't come with sticker shock. Let's talk about property taxes. 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, property tax made sense. A tax on my home, and that helps pay for community services. It helps go into, you get great return on that tax money. But then the real estate market being what it is, just absurd, has created a property tax environment that is just onerous. I mean, people are having to leave their homes because the property tax has just gone out of hand. There's been relief in the past few years, 25%. Talk of more property tax relief, maybe. Where are we right now, Hank? And what do people who own property that are paying property taxes, what do they have to do? I think we have to be proactive in order to receive some property tax relief benefits, right? What is the current state of property tax?
Certainly, Jake. Yeah. Want to touch on one point, talking about people leaving their homes. We haven't heard, I think that's been an anecdotal thing. I don't know that we've actually seen that widespread, at least throughout the state. The legislature, starting in 2021 or 2022, really started to tackle that issue. You talked about it, and I think it's important to acknowledge that fair market values of homes were increasing, and that's good if you're going into the market to sell. Maybe not so good if you're buying, but that affects the assessed value of your home, and so those were rising. Property tax is an important revenue source for local governments, and I think it's important to really come out and say that those that you pay, those revenues that you pay, is important to provide services at a local level, right? It goes towards K through 12 education, it goes towards your county and city governments, and then other special districts that voters have voted to form in the past, and so it's super important. Getting back to some of the measures passed by the legislature, I think there's been quite a few. And some of it has been thoughtful, and some of it has just been to get out the door and to really provide that Band-Aid. And so there's the 4% cap that you don't have to apply for. There's the long-term homeowners exemption of 50%. That's for people who are 65 years or older and have paid property taxes in Wyoming for 25 years. If you applied for that last year, you're just going to have to go back into your county assessor and say that your situation is the same. If you maybe turned 65 this year and qualified this year and want to take advantage of that, you still have until the fourth Monday in May, which I believe is May 25th. It might be pushed to the 26th because that's a holiday. And then the last one that was provided last year, which is super important, was the 25% homeowners exemption. And so that applied across the board to residential properties last year. Well, this year, the legislature, in their wisdom last year, said, well, this should only be for homeowners to kind of try and target it to Wyoming people who live here and actually or contribute to their community. And so this year you had to apply or say that you lived in your house 8 months out of the year. That deadline has passed. So that was March 1st. So when you get your notice of value, which is going to be coming out from your assessor later this month, maybe in early May, if the mail is delayed, you may see your value changing, and that could be part of it. But don't worry if you didn't get that in time. You can do it. That application period will open up back in October 1st of this year up until February or March of next year.
Hank Hoversland, Executive Director of Wyoming Taxpayers Association. When in the recent discussions in the last few years about property tax relief, we've seen floated the notion that maybe even the elimination of property tax. So, have some states done that? And how do you even do that, Hank? That would be a hit on lost revenue. I don't know how you do that. Some counties in Wyoming are hit harder by property tax relief and that lost revenue. Some counties better able to pivot and adjust, but could we ever get to a world where we're not paying property tax in Wyoming?
Certainly, Jake. I don't think we've seen any other state actually take the jump and get rid of property taxes. Just because it's been a taxation source for so long here in the United States and elsewhere. It's been important, it's stable, and it's transparent, really, because as I talked about, you're going to get your notice of value at the end of this month. It'll say, here's exactly what we think your land is worth, here's what your structure is worth, other structures, and here's your total, and here's what we think you'll pay. And then you'll get a tax bill in October that lays that out, and it's going to say you're paying this many mills and this many dollars towards this service. So here's what you're paying towards K through 12 education, your county, your city, and the special districts that you live in. And so we think it's a good thing. The legislature has considered different ideas of getting rid of specifically residential property tax. I think sometimes we think that residents are the only ones who pay property tax. Yeah. Minerals companies actually pay on 100% of the value of the minerals they sever from the ground in lieu of a land tax, while businesses pay on their buildings and structures as well. They also pay on their personal property, so those things like their furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And as Betsey talked about this morning, for data centers, that looks large. I think you all at Cowboy State Daily reported on it yesterday that Microsoft is the second largest taxpayer in Laramie County, the first largest in Cheyenne. And so other businesses pay that. But the legislature in the past has considered getting rid of residential property tax by increasing the sales tax by 2% statewide. So that not only affects businesses, but then it affects residents. So those who might be renting might not see tax relief, but then they're going to go to the store and buy goods, and they might see an extra 2%, which is in Park and sublet counties could be a 50% increase from what they're seeing already. This year, the Revenue Committee looks like they'll be considering replacing that revenue with real estate transfer tax. So when you sell your home, paying a sales tax on that, essentially on the purchase price. And so there's different ideas. It's just not as economically efficient as the property tax currently is. And so we would like to see it stay in place so that people continue to pay their fair share and have some skin in the game for those services that they receive.
Anybody listening can take the deep dive into all things tax in Wyoming at wyotax.org on the internet. This is the executive director of that organization, and a happy tax day to you. And by the way, when Hank is not busy reading The Paradox of Plenty, nice light reading, he's also an official in high school sports. I love that you do that. We need more people doing that. Football, basketball, donating your time, volunteering your time to referee. That's a tough job as well, along with taxes.
Yeah, certainly. I don't know if the refereeing has helped me in my day job advocating at the legislature or the other way around, but right. I really enjoy my time doing that and giving back some of my time to that, and it's always fun to be out there with and make good friends and lifelong friends through that as well.
I'm not sure which gig elicits more booze, like bad call, Zebra.
Certainly.
Hey, thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Jake. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get right back into the Zoom room and pick up our weather guy, Dante. We're going to do a day with a forecast. I think you're gonna kind of like the forecast, but as we progress another couple of days into this week towards the end, as Don pointed out, it's going to get chilly for real. Don, across the nation, we're seeing maybe tornado kind of a day from Michigan to Texas. Almost anywhere there could be a tornado. Weather has been exciting all winter and now this spring.
Spring is usually the time of year where you get sometimes the most exciting weather.
Yeah. Today, what do we got today? It's kind of cool where I am. Still got snow down.
Yeah, well, today we're in between systems. So today's a pretty quiet day. Temperatures will rebound. We will see some windy areas. Winds will be pretty stout, but I would call today a pretty typical middle of April day. We're going to start to see the effects of this next front move into western Wyoming tonight and later today with some showers. This cold front that's going to come through is going to be, as we mentioned yesterday, Jake, a real shock to the system. Temperatures by Friday will be 30 to 35 degrees colder than today. And there's a gradient, as there always is. Western Wyoming first. That'll be tomorrow and tomorrow evening. Then tomorrow night into Friday morning, the rest of the state. And we're going to see this front sweep across the state. There'll be a band of rain turning to snow with it, a few thunderstorms, some gusty winds. It's a very fast-moving front, so it's going to keep it from becoming a big storm. But there'll be some parts of the state that pick up some snow, and travel on Interstate 80 and travel over the higher elevation roads and highways late tomorrow through Friday won't be fun.
And just the all of the sudden coldness is certainly overnight. Maybe livestock interests. You got new calves and lambs on the ground. It's gonna be cold.
Folks lambing and calving need to be. Luckily, it's not prolonged.
Yeah.
But it is kind of one of these flash situations where, hey, it's not bad, and then all of a sudden it's like, where did this come from? And we're looking at freezing temperatures tomorrow night, real hard freeze statewide Friday night as well, and even Saturday is going to be a bit on the cool and brisk side before temperatures rebound on Sunday.
And this is pretty much statewide, east, west, north, south, no matter where you are, we're all going to see winter.
Yeah, the front is not going to miss anybody. This is one of the stronger cold fronts we've seen in a while, and it's got some mojo behind it. So it's going to push through, and it is going to bring a little bit of winter interrupting our mild weather for sure. So be ready for it. Don't say you didn't say it was coming.
Yeah. Okay, Don, thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Don day weather forecast coming up. Robert DeSoto is going to be on. Rob is the general manager of Wyoming Sports Properties. And we're going to talk about the new deal made at UW and the Cowboys, basketball, football. They're going to wear a patch on the uniform that's going to help with revenue sharing generation, the whole NIL. Exciting news? I think so, to the tune of like $4 million. Rob's on next, right after this.
The Wyoming winter? Not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Rob DeSoto on the program. He's the general manager of Wyoming Sports Properties. You probably don't know what that is. I didn't know what that was, Rob, but first explain what it is, what your job is, how it's connected with Learfield Sports. We all know Learfield when it comes to the Pokes. It's the multimedia rights holder for all things University of Wyoming sports. You know, all the games are carried by Learfield announcers. What is the general manager of Wyoming Sports Property? What do you do?
So my job, Jake, is to oversee the sponsorships within Wyoming athletics. And so anytime you see a business advertising at a game, that runs through my team. And so our job is to oversee that and work with businesses to meet their objectives and help them grow their business through Wyoming athletics.
Okay, first, full disclosure, we got to make sure you have no longer any ties to Fresno State.
Do not have any ties to Fresno State any longer.
All right, you bleed brown and gold now.
I do, and it sucks to be a CSU Ram. That I've learned pretty quickly.
So wait a minute. Now you would be involved in something like the naming of a field, Jonah Field, or if you want to name the War Memorial, if you want to name the Arena Odd, that's a sponsorship thing, yeah.
Yep. So those ones are a little unique. Those work a little more hand in hand with Tom Berman and Randy Welniak, just because of how long those have been named, what they've been named. But the field stuff, jersey patches, logos on video boards, radio ads, as you mentioned, all that stuff we have the oversight on.
Yeah. Advertising revenue generating for a college athletics has been around long before NIL, and we will talk about the great evil that is name, image, likeness. Oh, I hate it. I hate everything about it. But even before that, the colleges, universities found the need to market their sports programs and make money there. That's important.
I think the one piece of it is college athletic fans are so much more passionate than any other fan that you look at. And it's because there's a deeper connection to the program than just, hey, I grew up as a kid and saw so-and-so play, and that's why I like them. You go to school there, your kids go to school there, your parents go to school there, your grandparents, whatever the case may be, and it brings you this connection that you can't replicate anywhere else in the sports industry.
College fans crazy about their school, their team, and often crazy about certain players. And that's why certain players are asked to do things promotional wise. And that's how we get into the name, image, likeness. Well, a popular college player, his name, his image, or his likeness could be used by marketing for marketing purposes. That player should be compensated for stuff like that. There's been now a recent thing, and I don't know if we still understand the implications of it. I'm sure every day you've been trying to figure out, Rob, what does it mean, the whole President Trump asking NCAA athletics to overhaul the whole system, how it works. Are we still trying to get a clearer picture of what Trump's executive order means?
Yeah, I think a lot of it right now is, hey, NCAA, you need to do something.
Yeah.
And we've got to do something. And you've got some time. I'll give you a few months, but we've got to get this done. And the reality is the NCAA doesn't want to do something that's going to cause another lawsuit on their end. I get it. I don't want to be in lawsuits if I was them. But on the flip side, there's got to be rules, and we've got to get rid of the Wild West that is what we're dealing with. I mean, we've seen a few basketball players enter the transfer portal. We saw a few football players enter the transfer portal, and they end up at other places. And even in the last couple of years, you just look at the last 2 years of guys that have left and gone other places. They don't get the same production, but they're getting paid. And that's fine if that's what you're after. But the reality is there's no rules and regulations other than, hey, here's your cap on what the school can pay. That's it. And so that cap is great on the school side, but what about on the external side? What about transfer rules? How many times can you transfer? You're just unlimited. I mean, we've got guys in the football side of things that not here at Wyoming, thankfully, but at other schools that are their fifth or sixth school in, like that. They're not going to graduate. The goal of college athletics is to give them an education and allow them to play a sport while they're at it. That doesn't allow that to happen anymore.
No, it's become like semi-pro ball across the board, whatever sport you're talking about. All right, we know the ills that come with NIL stuff, but it is a reality, and you got to pay to play. You got to be in the game. Can Wyoming, the Cowboys, be competitive at all in this? And if so, how do we do it? One unique way is perhaps selling the patch. Tell me about the 5-year, $4 million deal that puts Tallgrass on UW players. Now, Tallgrass is a Colorado-based outfit, but they do a lot of Wyoming stuff.
They came to the table with the rev share space and we're up front of like, hey, we want to support. We're already doing business in Wyoming. We do stuff across campus on the academic side. This is an easy extension for us. But we want to support in a world where everybody else is competing and Wyoming needs to step up to the plate, and we want to embrace the rev share place and know that we can do that through a partnership on the jersey patches. And so that's kind of how this came about, which is great. And Wyoming can be competitive. The nice thing is our team also, while we're selling traditional advertising, sells I would call more traditional NIL or influencer marketing. So putting those student athletes in commercials and on radio spots and some of that stuff. And within the Learfield umbrella, our team's in the top 6 across the country with 160 schools in the Learfield umbrella and number of people investing in NIL. So it can be done. The difference between us and a Texas, who's ahead of us, is the number of zeros at the end of these deals. Yeah. And the reality is Texas is a much larger school than we are. They're going to have those zeros. But we need more people like Tallgrass that step up and say, hey, it's not going away. Let us support this and let's be a part of this so we can remain competitive.
It wasn't that long ago that I saw you and Learfield and put out the word that you were interested in looking for this. We're looking for somebody. That seemed to happen pretty quickly. And you mentioned Tallgrass is the one that picked up the phone. They got involved.
Yeah, they came to the table, and again, they're doing a lot within Albany County. They're doing a ton throughout the entire state and already have things on campus. And they're like, hey, this is an easy extension. A lot of folks don't realize what the investments they've made on campus side of things. And so this was a natural extension to tell their story a little bit more and allow them to say, hey, we're a part of this and we support what you guys are doing and how you want to remain competitive. And so, yeah, it didn't take long. This is not normal. Most jersey patches at the professional level are 24 to 36 months. We didn't even get close to that timeline.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those things that when you have people that want to do that and invest and be a part of it, let's go and let's figure it out and work together to build something special.
Rob, as general manager of Wyoming Sports Properties, a deal like this, the patch, the Tallgrass, I imagine part of your gig is to make sure you're getting the most value, the most money, but also to vet it, to make sure it's a right fit. Did you think about all those things?
Absolutely. The fit was probably number one for Tom and I to really look at and make sure that we are strategically finding the right business that's going to pair with us and not just slapping a logo to slap a logo. We could do that. That's great. However, we need the right fit for who we are at Wyoming. And so that was a piece of it. And then Learfield, with as large of a company as we have, hired Wasserman to do valuations across our entire portfolio of these assets. And so they came to the table and said, here's what we think this is worth. And so Tom and I sat down and looked and said, hey, is this something that we're comfortable with in this dollar spot, or do we need it higher, lower? Where do we think based off of our market? Because a third party group can do a lot, but they don't also live in the state of Wyoming to understand what our market looks and feels like. And so between what they provided us, what we were looking for in a partner, what Tallgrass was willing to commit to and do above and beyond the jersey patch, they also take on the responsibility as the presenting sponsor of the kids club and getting kids involved into sports as well. And so they came to the table and just made too much sense to say, hey, let's continue talking to other folks. Let's just wrap this one up with these guys.
The story you probably read on the Cowboy State Daily involving this 5-year deal, $4 million from David Madison. We're talking to Rob DeSoto. Rob, where does the money go, this $4 million?
So most of it's going back to the athletic department to be able to use into rev share specifically. And so it'll go towards their 5 rev share sports: football, men's and women's basketball, volleyball, and wrestling. And so that's the focus of this. The revenue from this is to be able to funnel that into the rev share program and be able to help retain and keep and recruit student athletes to Wyoming. Now, that's great today. However, one, we haven't even activated this partnership yet. It doesn't go into effect until this fall. So it will take some time for this money to kind of come into the fold. However, it'll obviously add money into Jay Sauvel's bucket. It'll add money into Sundance Wicks and Heather Rizell and the rest of the coaches to be able to use as they start looking into next year, because while we're preparing for the fall of 26 and the next athletic year, they're thinking about the fall of 27. And so this helps them align what their plans are for the next year and further out.
I hope the money can go directly to Tote Harris. He's one guy we got to keep her. I love that guy. That kid is looking good as RB1 for the Cowboys football team. Give me an idea of where the patch, who's going to wear it. It's football, men's and women's basketball. Where is the patch on the uniform? What does it look like? And that also was probably something that went through some deliberations. How is it going to look? What are the rules, the parameters? How big?
So we've got 4 square inches is as large as it can be. Okay. And we're just under that at like 3.8. So we got as close as we could get without distorting logos. It'll end up in a couple different places, depending upon the uniform with specific sports. So football will all remain consistent. Basketball, men's basketball will be consistent. Women's basketball, but they've got different logo designs. And so on the football one specifically, it'll be on the right chest, and the Mountain West logo will be above it. And so it'll be the Tallgrass logo, Mountain West logo, and then Adidas on the opposite side. And so it'll fit there, and it'll be on all the uniforms that they wear. So the brown, the gold, the white, and then also the black that they'll wear for Cowboys and Cole again this fall. And so it'll be on all of those. For men's basketball, very similar concept. Mountain West logo, that logo, Adidas on the opposite side. On the women's basketball logo, it'll be on the right side, Adidas or Mountain West on the left, and then Adidas is in the middle of their chest bracket. And so it'll look a little different on the women's side just because of how their jerseys are laid out, but all kind of on that right shoulder patch.
Anything else, Rob, that we're thinking about that would be a great a rev share opportunity? I mean, obviously logo, the patch, that's a big one. A lot of, the pros are going to that now. You see the advertising everywhere. Anything else that we're thinking of in creative idea space?
Yeah, field logo. We're still looking for a season-long partner on the field. Okay. Court logo at basketball is another opportunity to have that become a rev share component for the basketball program. So anything like that isn't something you're going to share with 6, 7, 8, 9 other people. So if you're looking at stuff around facilities, you come to games and you go, hey, that's a one of one. Those are those opportunities that open up some rev share potential for the athletic department.
So cool. Well, I didn't even know what it is that a general manager of Wyoming Sports Property does, but now that I do, we got the right guy in place, Rob DeSoto. He's been doing it for not that long, and maybe for a long, long time at UW. I hope so.
I'll be here for a while. Not going anywhere.
Thanks, Rob. I like this deal, and I want your job. It sounds fun. A lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Have a great Wednesday. We'll be right back.
Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Welcome back to studio, Cowboy State Daily Show. On a Wednesday, tax day. Yeah, I'm going to be preparing my tax return today. I saved it till the last minute. Part procrastination, part by design. I figure if I file on the last day that my return gets jumbled in with a whole bunch of others, and I don't know. I have a method to my madness why I wait so late. Plus, I always owe, so I'm not in a hurry to give the government money. I'll wait till the last day. Andrew Rossi will be on in a moment. We'll talk about Andrew Rossi's stories, of course. But a good chance to slip in this day in history. This day, 1861, President Abraham Lincoln declared a state of insurrection, called out the Union troops following a Confederate attack on Fort Sumter, South Carolina. He called for 75,000 volunteers into federal service. This is a day after President Lincoln was shot in the Ford Theater by John Wilkes Booth. That happened yesterday in history. In a later year, 1869, this day, John Campbell, Wyoming's first territorial governor, took oath of office. This day in 1890, Laramie passed an anti-gambling ordinance, largely ignored, I'm sure, as semi-legal, illegal gambling continued throughout the Cowboy State well into the 1960s. 1905, tennis was played for the first time in Saratoga, Wyoming. Previous to 1905, nobody in Wyoming knew what tennis was, right? Like, tennis? How do you do that in snow? 1922, this day, Wyoming Democratic Senator John Kendrick introduced a resolution to investigate oil sales at Teapot Dome. This kicked off the whole Teapot Dome scandal. It started this day, 1922. Around the world on this day, 1207, St. Francis of Assisi renounced worldly goods. This day, Jackie Robinson debuted for a little outfit called the Brooklyn Dodgers. On this day in 1947, would go on to be one of the all-time baseball greats. And the maiden flight of the B-52 Stratofortress. An airplane too big to even get airborne, but it did. The maiden flight this day, 1952. All these things happen on this day, April 15. Will Rasmussen's following Rodeo. What's going on at the Western Ag Network?
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today on the program, we'll talk about a major that happened over the weekend down in Clark County, Nevada. Logandale, Nevada, which is the start of the West Coast Spring Run. And San Angelo, Texas continues this week as one of the last majors of the Texas swing. It's Logandale results coming up next.
Country music's Trace Atkins. Live in concert Thursday, May 14th at the world-famous Miles City Bucking Horse Sale in Miles City, Montana. One of country music's hottest performers with special guests Corb Lund and Kenny Fiedler. Tickets on sale now at buckinghorsesale.com. Trace Atkins with Corb Lund and Kenny Fiedler at the world-famous Miles City Bucking Horse Sale, Miles City, Montana.
Calving season doesn't start when the first calf hits the ground. It starts now. If your cows aren't in the right body condition, you're already behind. That's why producers across the West trust Western Stockmans to keep mineral and nutrition programs balanced through the toughest months. Simplot mineral and supplement programs support strong immunity, healthy pregnancies, and the condition needed for live, vigorous calves. Visit SimplotWesternStockmans.com to find your local rep today.
Western Stockmans, making health a part of your animal's life.
Logandale, Nevada, the start of the spring run. Also, Oakdale, California took place over the weekend as well. But Logandale, all eyes of the rodeo world were on southern Nevada. Luke Thrash from Texas moves into number 8 in the world in the bareback riding by virtue of the win in Logandale. Tristan Kalawai from the island of Hawaii wins the steer wrestling event. He's number 1 down there in the turquoise circuit in the Great Southwest and has a chance to qualify for his first national finals rodeo. Team ropers Derek Begay and Coulter Todd, the dynamic duo from Arizona, win the team roping event. They're both in the top 15 in the world. Saddle bronc rider Stetson Wright, you know about him, the Utah sensation. He is right there on top of the saddle bronc riding world standings. In the tie-down roping, Cayenne White from New Mexico wins the tie-down roping at Logandale. Last year's Rookie of the Year in the WPRA in the breakaway roping, Summer Williams wins the Logandale title. Madison Kamazi from California, the barrel racing champion. And in the bull riding, it's Cullen Telfer from Florida. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
From rodeo to baseball, let's talk a little American Legion baseball with Andrew Rossi. His story about American Legion ball and how a change in classification, a change in the way they do things, could have big powerhouse teams like Cheyenne Post 6. I mean, they're practically a pro team. They're so good. Oh, perennial favorites. What if they were playing against Wheatland? Oh, it'd be a massacre. What's happening in American Legion baseball, Andrew?
Well, it's good to see you back, Jake. Did you enjoy your time off?
Thanks. I did. I had a great time.
It's good to hear. So, yeah, according to the American Legion baseball season started just about a week ago. And the big change was that they had a double A level and a single A level. And those allowed teams to participate and compete against each other based mainly on the size of their teams, which is determined by the size of their population. So smaller communities have smaller teams. They were competing against each other for a title. Larger teams did the same. This year, though, they combined both of those leagues into a single one. So now it's 23 teams from across the state, large teams and smaller teams competing against each other in one tournament. So when we get to the end, the best teams in American Legion baseball will all be playing each other to get the title. But that's raised some concerns because, as you said, like teams like Cheyenne, not only do they have really good teams, they have more potential players to choose from to be on their teams. And that's just not a reality in some of these smaller communities where we're not dealing just with baseball players, with any athletes that you can get who might not be prioritizing baseball. So there are concerns that could lead to some lack of competitive edge for some of the smaller teams who can't compete with the larger teams.
I mean, in sports, we love the idea of a David and Goliath underdog winning. But the reality in baseball is some of these large schools, they draw on large metropolitan areas. They have huge rosters of players that are really, really good, and other schools, depending on what year, can barely compete at that level. Doesn't seem fair. Jason Huggins, I know you're trying to get a hold of him. He's a great guy. I'll nudge him and make sure he gets back to you. He's a former longtime manager of the Jackson Giants baseball team. He's also the AD or assistant AD at the high school here in Jackson. He's a great guy.
Yeah, I'm sure there's good reasons for why they did it. I spoke to someone on the board, and he told me pretty bluntly that it needed to happen. And apparently this is a problem that's cropped up several times over the years, and they've tried several solutions for it. So it might be just the latest solution. They might realize it doesn't work after this season and go back to what it was originally. But it's too early to say at this point, and it's too early to say how it's going to impact the season.
Andrew Rossi's specialty, dinosaurs. Let's talk about a Wyoming baby dinosaur skull, second of its kind ever, unveiled in a Swiss museum. This thing was uncovered in Medicine Bow. How do we know it's a baby dinosaur, for one thing?
Because it's so tiny. So Camarasaurus is the most common big dinosaur from the late Jurassic period. You find them everywhere, but mostly you find adults, and adults can get up to 60 feet long. So when they were excavating this site, they looked at this skull and they saw it had all the characteristic shapes of a Camarasaurus skull, but it's less than a foot long, and it's all fully articulated, which means it's connected as it would have been when the animal was alive. So that's a really big deal because you typically don't find dinosaurs that are that small. And bear in mind, that's just the skull of the second specimen that they found. They had another specimen they're still working on that they also think is a baby Camarasaurus. It's actually smaller than this one. So really cool stuff that they're excavating out of this site.
All right. Let's see. Let's change topics to... Let's go to Yellowstone, where I'm glad you got a hold of, who was it, Jeff Henry? Because, we can see numbers and stats when we talk about weather. Don Day can trot out all the numbers of how warm it was in Yellowstone. But I like the anecdotal, what did it really look like to somebody who has been in Yellowstone for almost 5 decades? Was this crazy warm winter? Jeff Henry says, yep.
Yeah, Jeff's terrific, and he's been a winter keeper in Yellowstone for, as you said, 48 years now. And that job entails that he has to just drive around snowmobile around the entire park, doing his various duties to clear snow off roofs and all that sort of stuff. So he knows what he's talking about when it comes to the severity of winter. And the thing that he really imparted to me wasn't that it wasn't the lack of snow. He remembers winters where there was less snow than this previous winter. It's the fact that it was so consistently warm that really threw him off. So, and that potentially made things worse. You can have years without a lot of snow, but it stayed cold enough for that snow to stick around. This winter, they got snow, not a lot of it. It wasn't a great snow year on top of it, but because it was so warm, most of that stuff melted before it even hit the ground or melted soon after. So that was the thing that really stuck out to him. And again, it's coming from somebody with 48 years of experience, full winters in the park. That's saying something.
On the plus side, Jeff Henry didn't have to do a lot of roof shoveling, but on the minus side, he never got to break out the North Face puffy because it was warm for Jeff Henry.
I'm sure he was breaking out whatever puffies he had. He did say the work actually got harder in certain respects because he wasn't working as much. But the snow that fell was super dense and that's what happens when you get high moisture snow, is that it compacts into ice really solidly. So he wasn't dealing with a lot of snow on some of those roofs, but it was really hard snow to get rid of. So it didn't necessarily make his job that much easier, if at all.
Also in Yellowstone, this Texas guy, there's trespassing and then there's trespassing. This dude wrecked Canary Springs and he's punished for it. What did he end up getting in trouble for?
He got 5 days incarceration, and that's pretty significant because we've talked about these cases a lot, and usually they just get a fine to various, institutions or entities supporting park restoration and conservation. This guy got jail time, which typically doesn't happen. So that goes to show just how serious not only the park manager saw the damage was, but Judge Hambrick up at Mammoth Hot Springs saw it as well. And she's like, the punishment needs to fit what happened, and that's what happened in this case, that they determined jail time was very merited for what he had done.
Trampled all over it. And I don't know how you fix those footprints. Like, it's not they go out there with a rake and fix the footprints. I mean, they're going to be there for a while, I would imagine.
Well, the interesting thing that I didn't touch on as much in the story because it was just hard to articulate with words is that it's not only the footprints that they caused. The team that had to go out there and evaluate the damage, they had the head out. And while they were more conscious about where they were stepping, they had to leave their tracks behind too. So it's the double on top of that because you can't investigate that without leaving an impact. And in the case of repairing it, the hot springs have to do that themselves. That could take a week, that could take a month, that could take years. It's just a question of how it's behaving and where the water flows. So anybody who goes to Canary Spring in the near future, they're probably going to see those tracks, and they could be there for a very long time. I think at the upper end estimate was that those could be there for decades.
That's how long the dude should have to be in jail, for as long as the footprints last.
One can hope, right?
There was snow in Yellowstone, despite reports from Jeff Henry, and they're clearing it now off the roads. Any indication of when Yellowstone might be open for over-the-road travel there?
They're opening some gates, I believe, this week, but as far as for Wyoming gates, we're still on track to open May 1st, and I don't think they're gonna jump ahead in that timeline.
All right. Well, it's good to see you again, Andrew. Appreciate it. Have a great Wednesday.
Likewise, Jake.
Time for news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A developer is asking Laramie County to build an 800-unit man camp to house up to 5,600 construction workers to build data centers. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that neighbors say they don't want the costs that come with it. The county says the workers are coming regardless.
This is a huge project. I spoke to the county planning director. He said, look, it's better to have them on site where they're not having this big commute, putting thousands of cars on our streets and stressing our local rental market. He used the example of, hey, I'm looking after the guy who's working at the checkout aisle at Safeway in South Cheyenne. What's going to happen to his rent when these 6-figure specialist construction guys who are pipe fitters and electricians and others who are making a really good wage, what happens when they flood into the local rental market? What does that do to our everyday wage earners?
Justin Arnold, director of Laramie County Planning and Development, tells Cowboy State Daily that the camp is a response to several approved mega projects now converging on Cheyenne. 5 candidates to Wyoming's lone U.S. House seat are condemning President Donald Trump's decision to post online a Jesus-like image of himself in Roman-style robes and other religious imagery. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one lawmaker says there's no debate about the image.
This brought outrage from some on the Christian right, including Kevin Christensen, one of the 10 Republican candidates for Wyoming's U.S. House seat. He came out bold Monday night, like, this is blasphemy. What's wrong is wrong. What's right is right. 2 more Republican candidates, John Romero Martinez and Matt McGinnis, both said that they agreed that the image was inappropriate.
Trump's post came after he clashed publicly with Pope Leo XIV over the war in Iran. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This is another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Know before you go. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Microsoft is announcing that it will buy 3,200 more acres in Cheyenne to build data centers, tripling its footprint in Wyoming's capital city, while promising to limit impacts on power rates, water, and housing. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Tuesday announcement comes amid vocal debates about data center impacts to energy costs and water usage.
There's a contingent of Wyomingites who are very opposed to this. I talked with Senator Gail Case, and he's wondering, are we being too easy on these data centers? They're getting pushed out of other places. Maybe we want to tamp that down a little until we get this figured out, because there are some big things to figure out. The thing is, you're using a resource. The more of that resource that gets used, the higher the price goes. If all of these data centers come in and bring their own power, great, but they're going to be using up a resource. That resource is going to get more expensive.
The Microsoft land purchase involves two pieces of land, one 200-acre parcel located in Bison Business Park on Wapiti Trail east of South Greeley Highway, and an adjacent 3,000-acre parcel accessible from Wapiti Trail. Wyoming American Legion Baseball started its 2026 season by combining the AA and single A levels together. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that some former coaches don't like the move, saying it stacks the deck for bigger towns.
A lot of former baseball coaches see it as a bad thing for a number of reasons. The biggest one is that they feel that the smaller communities just can't compete on the same level anymore, both literally and figuratively, because when you've got a small community, it can be hard to put together a solid baseball team when you're competing against communities that are much larger, where they might have a much larger roster.
When the 2026 American Legion baseball season started earlier this month, the AA and single A level were combined into a single senior Legion level, which means all 23 teams will compete in two conferences regardless of the size and skill of their teams. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday. Tax day. Tax return day. I got a date with TurboTax later after the show. What an exciting hump day Wednesday it is for me. Back working, back at the daily grind. That's been tough. Now, 3 days after a couple of weeks off, and then returning to winter in Wyoming and snow and all that, and then add doing my taxes today. Jake not happy. Let's see if Claire McFarland can cheer me up a little bit. That's usually helpful. Claire is connected but not sitting in her chair. All right, we'll wait for her. We're going to talk about her story regarding President Trump's depiction using AI. I still don't know what possesses POTUS to take to late night tweets, or I guess for him it's social justice. He's got his own social platform. Yeah, I don't even. If you buy President Trump's explanation that he thought he was just making himself look like a doctor, why, I don't know. He sure does look like a depiction of him on Jesus's body or whatever.
Yeah, there's some divinity imagery for sure.
Yeah, like just the whole image. I had it somewhere I was going to share, but at this point, everybody's probably seen it. But Claire McFarland Wyomingizes the story by getting some feelings about what folks in the great state of Wyoming think about it. It hasn't gone over real well, even with some staunch MAGA folks who said, hey, take it down, and he did. Took it off his socials. But what do the people in Wyoming say? A lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah, let's talk about the way this story happened. I didn't just, by the seat of my own pants, dispatch a poll to House candidates. Kevin Christensen led this story. He came out big Monday night with whoa, this is blasphemous, and the excuse is insulting to the intelligence of people. This is not okay. I agree with Trump most of the time, but I'm going to put what's right up above. And so I was like, wow, crowded Republican field, super bold out with this condemnation of that image. And I thought it was newsworthy. So I confronted all the other candidates I know of. There's 12 total that I know of, if you count the Libertarian, the Democrat, the 10 Republicans. And I confronted them all about that Tuesday morning, sent emails, voicemails. 3 Republicans out of the 10 came out and said, yeah, not okay. That was Christensen, of course, and John Romero Martinez and Matt McGinnis. And Matt McGinnis' campaign announcement, I had missed. I think it was back in January, and totally went under my radar. But this is a message. If you're a legit candidate running for a federal or statewide office like this, by all means, email me. I'm not going to notice everything. I'm not all knowing. Anyway, do you have questions about this story?
So the exercise in doing this story started by Christians, and also was helpful in learning who is actually in what races, which we'll talk about. 3 rematches at least that are set for the House races. But yeah, regarding this whole Trump thing, I don't know that it's a bold statement. I think it's the majority statement to say, hey, I align with Trump. I agree with Trump on a lot of political things, but when he does nonsense like this, including making monkeys of Obama or Jesus of himself, I'm like, come on.
Well, in the Christian faith, there's some really powerful consequences. The Antichrist is this figure that presents himself as the Messiah, as having healing powers, and that results in him requiring those who are loyal to him to get the mark of the beast. Can't enter heaven once you have it. Can't buy or sell things without it. And so, this signal of a leader, a prominent leader, that we don't know if he actually thinks this, but a signal that he thinks he's the Messiah, probably is triggering some Christians into thinking, oh, it's time for a black market. It's time for an underground because, we can't get the mark and buy and sell. And so I'm not saying that that's, that Trump is the Antichrist or that this is happening. I'm just saying if for any prominent world leader claiming to be a Messiah or presenting that way, there's actually some really serious prophesied world events associated with that put some people into a nervous state.
Good point. It's just cringe all around, honestly, but good story from Claire McFarland. Let's talk about upcoming races. At least 3 rematches in the House of Representatives featuring some of these races last time around were very close, could be really close again.
Yeah, 3, could be 4, could be 5, could be 6. I don't know. But yeah, so the Exie Brown, Landon Brown down there in Cheyenne, and Jeanette Ward, Julie Jarvis, and Casper. Anyone reading the tea leaves up in the house gallery could have called those ones, because Exie Brown and Jeanette Ward both sat up there and documented the goings on and watched during session. Often they sat together. And so especially Jeanette Ward would be sitting up there like documenting, posting on her Facebook page in real time. At one point during a really cathartic moment, like during the check gate, and everything got really real, and Chip Nyman shared his story, and Darren McCann said something like, you moderate candidates have no idea how good you have it, because the media is not always attacking you. I'm just as willing to hold anyone to account on any side, but I'm not the entire media, so whatever. I get broad brushed all the time. We get broad brushed all the time. Freedom Caucus maybe gets broad brushed sometimes. It doesn't have to be a back and forth. Where am I going? Jeanette or Julie Jarvis from the House floor responded like, "Hey, there is a woman up there doing stuff," and Darren McCann at the time said, "I have seen that, and that is gross." He later confirmed to me via text message that he was referring to some cartoons, political cartoon site, and did not believe he was referring to Jeanette Ward in that context. So that was a very interesting exchange at the time.
Okay, Chuck Gray, Cheyenne attorney, Powers, George Powers. I'm going to have Rod Miller on later. He's certainly going to talk about this. But the idea that what did our Secretary of State do? He released to the feds certain personal information about Wyomingites.
The public documents indicate that he did release, like driver's licenses and other information in connection with voter data to a federal database. Excuse me, I burped. Sorry. I have too much coffee. We aren't seeing the whole picture. We have the litigation, the ongoing litigation, other states that are fighting this, things that are going on in the national sphere, what the Trump administration says and has said, what Chuck Gray said back. We don't have... Oh, and we also have George Powers. George Powers' analysis is like, this is a crime. Get a special prosecutor. Let's do this. We don't have the Attorney General's analysis. Secretary Gray has claimed attorney-client privilege, has said he worked in close consultation with the AG. George Powers is throwing up some kind of, doubt about like how that went, because we don't know. We don't know what we don't know, I always say. But assuming that the AG delivered some media analysis, that's what we don't have. That's the missing piece to our puzzle. So whether that would vindicate Chuck Gray, whether that would exacerbate what the situation he's in, we don't know. And I would love to be a fly on the wall, but I'm not.
The best outcome of the story was Chuck Gray's use of lawfare. I had not heard that before, but that's a great term. That's a litigation used as warfare. Is that what lawfare means?
You haven't heard that? That's a Trumpy. That's a Trumpy term, because they hunted Trump so hard during his first term that he was calling it lawfare, and they did. They hunted him so hard, and then the U.S. Supreme Court was like, no, official acts in office, stop hunting him for those official acts. But yeah, lawfare.
I never heard that.
Wow.
Where have I been? Huh.
I don't know.
I think you've written about this dude before, and now we learn what a sentencing for the no-show construction boss. This guy in Niobrara County had customers that were victims. Also in perhaps the state of Michigan. This seems like a business guy that didn't want to do the job, or at least didn't want to finish it. Gerald Symons, owner of Benepe Concepts, is in trouble.
Yeah. So this case is fascinating because lots of reasons. Niobrara County doesn't get a lot of felonies. I did a story one time because they went about 10 months without filing a felony in district court. This is a sweet little area.
Yeah.
And so I saw the felony firstly. I was like, this is interesting. Secondly, it's a contractor, it's a construction guy, a roofing guy that came in and, got all this money and didn't do the work after a hailstorm. So it's not like these people were saying, build me a mini golf course. They needed their homes repaired. And so, and then left without doing the work in many cases, and now is facing a prison sentence. When I attended, I think what was supposed to be his sentencing back in November, the court gallery was pretty full, just ordinary people sitting there. And there was some kind of blow up with Symons' attorney where he had gotten rid of his attorney, wanted a different one. And the judge just Judge Buchanan begrudgingly delayed sentencing. Fine, sort it out with your hearing. And he apologized. The judge saw all these people in the room. I realize now that they were probably waiting on restitution, thinking they were going to get their money back that day. And so the judge was like, I'm sorry. I know you people have waited for justice. I know, but we do gotta be careful that a man is represented. And he had fired his lawyer. So then sentencing last week, I don't know why I didn't go. I think that I was swamped or something, but I didn't go. I heard from people in attendance later that only about 5 victims showed up that day. So we're down from several to 5, and it just has this sense of like lost faith that at the second attempt, at least the second attempt at sentencing this man, so fewer people were there.
Yeah. And that happens. You see these delay tactics also at contentious town council meetings or whatever. The more you delay, the less people keep showing up. 15 total victims, and the dollar amount into felony level type stuff, 197,000 total plus. And what was the sentencing? So we did sentencing. What happened to this dude?
So 8 to 10 years in prison.
Ooh.
But if you pay back the money, I think it was within a year. But I'd have to double check. Everything goes this way after a day or two. If he pays back the money, he can ask Judge Buchanan to reduce his sentence to probation. So Judge Buchanan has him on the tightest leash. Like, You're going to prison? If you can figure this out, we'll talk about probation. Yeah. And we see appeals. We see appeals to the Wyoming Supreme Court sometimes, routinely. I think I've seen a few of them where someone says, but you said I could apply for a sentence reduction and then you denied me. And the judge always comes back and says, I said we'd talk about a sentence reduction and then I denied you. It's not a sure thing. If the judge gives you that option, it's still very much a hope and a prayer thing.
Yeah. And then, prison time doesn't make victims whole. The money does, money back. So I like the idea that there'll be a chance to make it right financially for those victims. One last thing. This story, I was interested only because I thought it a little bit of a stretch to try to tack a felony onto this 19-year-old teenager who was going at insane speeds in Grand Teton National Park, I think, when she wiped out a couple of elk. What she did was reckless, but was it felony reckless?
Well, I think the jury found it was negligent, not reckless, which is a difference of years in prison and losing your gun rights and your voting rights, especially your gun rights.
Of course.
Of course.
That's all that matters. Yeah.
That's what matters. Pew, pew. Okay. Sorry. I'm thinking about shooting now. So yeah, huge difference there in the state of mind and the effect that your state of mind has on your future. If you're negligent, yeah, you're not a felon. You can keep your guns. You can spend way less time behind bars. If you were reckless, probably facing prison and at the very least the loss of your gun voting civic rights. But yeah, no, they did convict on the misdemeanors. Sentencing's always in felony cases. I see like sentencing's often a couple months down the road because the judge wants a pre-sentence investigation report. He wants to know all about you before he decides what to do with your life. And that's a good thing because then he can sleep at night knowing that he's really digested who you are, what you've done, what your history is before he does something that momentous with your fate.
That story from Claire McFarland, by the way, is not in Grand Teton. I was thinking of something else. It was Genevieve Boomer, the 19-year-old Casper woman who was in that high-speed accident. Claire, thank you.
Thank you.
Great to see you again. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake moving along on a Wednesday. Up next, we'll get with Jim Benepe, and we'll talk a little bit of golf. That's always good, right? Masters. You know how many folks from Wyoming have teed it up in Augusta for the Masters? One, and we have him on the show next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, I'll make you something to eat, okay? we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay. So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're gonna head back to the Zoom room and pick up a conversation with Jim Benepe. Jim, you're in the Zoom room twice. I don't know how you managed that. I don't know which Jim to pick. Let me try this one. stand by. I'll figure it out. I got too many gyms. Not enough Jakes. Let's see. I don't have video on you. Okay, there you are. Now I got to figure out which one to get rid of. How come there is 2 Zooms of you?
I don't know.
Okay, there you are. Now I got to figure out which one to get rid of. You got to turn down the show, as they say in radio. Let's see. I'm going to get rid of one of you. Now we're left with just the original Jim. Okay. I think I got it worked out. You hear us fine. We see you fine.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
You hear me?
I got it. So with all deference to Parker Paxton, who may one day be teeing it up at the Masters, he's a heck of a golfer out of Riverton. He's in college right now. Do you know Parker, by the way?
I do. I worked with his older brother, Easton, for a while when Easton was a bit younger and playing high school golf. And yeah, I've met Parker here in Sheridan. Know his dad, their dad, quite a little bit because he worked with one of my best friends with Tegler Insurance. So I've learned of those and know those boys for quite some time.
Oh, those Paxkins, they can swing a club. And then, of course, Keegan Bradley, who's not Wyoming born, but his dad, Mark, longtime golf pro here in Jackson, where I'm at. We like to claim Keegan is Wyoming's own. But when it comes down to it, the short list of Wyoming golfers who have participated in the Masters not once but twice, this guy, Jim Benepe out of Sheridan. Wow.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, obviously, I did a few other things along the way to be able to get to that stage. But yes, I played in 1989 and 1991.
So tell me about how you got right before you turned pro, which was in 1986. Let's take the progression of Jim the golfer. Sheridan, you went to Northwestern where you were first team All-American, golfer of the year. Just every title they could give you, they gave you in college. You were on the radar, let's say.
Yeah, well, I did 1 year at Weber State College down in Ogden, Utah. And then a family friend, Wally Goodwin, who's also in the Wyoming Golf Hall of Fame, and a friend of my dad's, he got the golf coaching job there. So he wanted me to come help. They had just transitioned that team from a club sport to basically a varsity sport about the time that Dennis Green was coaching football there to bring Northwestern into more athletic prominence. So that was a great opportunity to go to Northwestern. And, they didn't give me all those titles. I had to do a little bit of earning on that side.
Sure. I'm always fascinated by younger, high school, college level golfers, because to me, it's old man, old woman's game. I think anyone who's golf knows the biggest challenge is with yourself, with your own mind. That game can really get to you, and the consistency required, the ability to forget a double bogey on the last hole and have the next new hole. It's so much of the game is mental, and it requires a maturation of an athlete that I think you don't get till later, but you were good at it from day one. Were you always great at golfing?
Well, my dad was a pretty good golfer. He taught me. I just did that as well as swimming. I was a two-time breaststroke champion in the state of Wyoming my sophomore and senior years. So I did other things. I've just always had a gift for it, practiced hard. As anybody will say, it doesn't happen overnight. No success generally does, regardless of how talented you might be. It does require discipline and a lot of practice, and I enjoyed it. My dad did it. It was something we did together. And then I just kept getting better and, decided to see how far I could take it.
Yeah, Jim, describe the process of turning pro. I know in rodeo, you get your PRCA card, you turn pro officially, and you're going to start earning money at the sport you love. 1986, you did that. What do you have to do? What was the decision making for you? And what do you have to do to actually turn pro as a professional golfer?
Yeah, so I had, obviously had a junior and amateur career, played in college. I was trying to maybe play well enough to get on the Walker Cup team that year in 86. I didn't have a good U.S. amateur, actually missed the cut for match play. So that was the end of it. It's like, okay, well, let's turn pro. And so the real formality in turning professional in golf is you go outside and you shout to the world that I'm going to be a professional golfer.
Yeah,
that's about all it takes. Now, as far as logistics my primary way of doing it was I sent in my application to play in the PGA Tour qualifying school, which was more significant than it is now. They still have it. Sent in, it might have been $1,000 or $2,000 at the time. It's more than that now to announce myself as a professional. And you just get out there, and I went through the tour school or anything. It would be just a matter of, hey, I'm going to be a pro and I'm going to send in my entry fee to the Wyoming Open and I'm going to go over and play at the airport course. And okay, well, if you win money, you're going to win money, but you're no longer an amateur. So there's nothing really to it per se to become a professional golfer. It's just whether you've got enough money and you're going to win enough money to where you stay alive. So obviously getting to the PGA Tour, these days you qualify, you play on the Korn Ferry Tour, you advance from there, or you do get to the final stages of the qualifying school to get you onto the Korn Ferry Tour and then qualify. Or, if you're really talented, you get some sponsors exemptions and win a tournament or win enough money. And then there's now an avenue through the NCAA and the universities. They basically take up to, I think, about maybe 5 young college players, or maybe less than that. There's a few that automatically qualify through their credentials of their collegiate career to get an exemption on the PGA Tour for 1 year. And then it's up to you to perform and keep that, whether you stay exempt or fall back down or whatever it might be.
Before we get Jim to the Masters and his first tournament win, you turned pro and you saw the world, Asia, Canada, Australia. What was that like, golfing all around the world?
Well, it was fantastic. Back then they didn't have all these secondary tours that are affiliated with the PGA Tour now. Latin America, Canada has become, but it wasn't at the time. So they were all kind of professional tours out there, and a lesser degree than going down to Florida and playing mini tours or Phoenix or whatever. They were established, in Asia. It was their established country opens, went and played in 10 countries in Asia, and it was their open for that country. And so that was it was a great experience as a young man, and then came back and barely qualified for the Canadian Tour, but I ended up playing well at second, won the BC Open, and was the leading money winner, which, some people questioned whether I should have gone back to the tour school to try and get on the tour again. But with that play in Canada, the top 5 automatically got status on the Australian Tour. So it was somewhat of a reciprocal between the two tours because of the seasons being different. Canadians came up from Australia and played in ours. And the Canadian Tour, I chose to go down there because they had a great tour, some really big events. And, I got to play, with Greg Norman and Roger Daves, a whole bunch, Ian Baker Finch, and all kinds of Frank Nobilo. Those are announcers that people might know their names now, but they won majors and were good players. So I thought that was a better stepping stone to get some experience. Finished 8th in the Australian Open, won the Victorian Open. It was just kind of building. Went back to Asia, went back to Canada, and then I was notified that I got the sponsors exemption into the Western Open, which came on the heels of I was medalist and champion in their junior tournament when I was 18, and was medalist in the Western Amateur. I knew of them. One of my sponsors was a president of the Western Golf Association at the time, went to school at Northwestern in Chicago. So it was kind of like, well, we got a spot and this kid's coming up. Let's see what he can do. And and then, the rest is history type of thing. Fortunately, I was playing good that week, but yeah, it was quite a, nervous experience on the first tee. I managed to get it in the fairway on the green and made birdie on my first hole. So that was pretty exciting. But I had nothing to lose. It was just a free shot and took a big swing. And, there was no guarantee. There were 3 or 4 of us that were 4 behind Peter Jacobsen going into the last round. So, there was no pressure. So it was a great experience. And that certainly put an extra boost into my trajectory. That's for sure.
Yeah, turns pro in 1986, bounces around the world for a couple of years, and then we fast forward to July 1988, the Western Open. At that time, and I think it's only been done maybe one other time since, you in your first major tournament, you won. I mean, nobody does that.
Yeah, that's true. It was kind of a shock to me as well. But yeah, I clarify it when people say something. Yeah, it was the first PGA Tour event I ever played in. That is correct.
Yeah.
However, I've been playing as a pro for almost 2 years and was kind of seasoned.
Yeah.
Ben Crenshaw won his first PGA Tour event as a professional. However, he had played in the Masters a number of times, probably qualified for US Open, played in the Texas Open a couple of times. So, but it was only, it was a limited number. There's qualifications on that aspect of it, but it was a pretty big deal. And so these days I just tell people I'm a trivia answer.
Yeah, kind of. And for you, it was a little bit of a homecoming, Illinois. And I know this hotshot 24-year-old shoots a 10 under to shock a lot of folks, including Jacobsen. You mentioned who I think Jacobsen said, "Who is this kid?"
Yeah. Well, and the announcers were doing the same thing. And so they started doing their homework and figured it out. It's not that hard. It was, internet wasn't quite what it didn't exist.
Yeah.
So they had to do some real homework, right? But it wasn't that hard to figure out, hey, this guy's been around a little bit. It's not like he just popped up from nowhere, type of a thing. And, I've played with Peter afterwards. I've seen him, but, on the PGA Tour, regardless of how big your lead is, generally speaking, you don't get to shoot 75 on the final round and still win.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to hang around, and it just happened to be me.
Yeah. If Jim shot a 71, 68, 69, 70, 10 under to take that very first Beatrice Western Open. By virtue of that win, you get the invite to the Masters 1989.
That's correct.
That's a whole nother level, man. That's a Super Bowl of golf. I mean, what are your impressions of Augusta and knowing you're stepping onto hollow ground, man? I mean, that is different.
Yeah, so the Western happened, in July of '88. In actuality, I had already signed with a management company, and I scheduled and did go over to the UK and made it through a qualifying for the British Open. So 2 weeks after the Western Open, I played in the British Open, finished 26th or something like that. Played with Gary Player the first 2 rounds, had a great experience. The Masters is not until the next April. So I got out on the tour, played some, but got to the Masters. I went early to play a practice round just to get a feel for it a little bit. It's fantastic. It's like nothing else. There's no other tournament like it. It's all confined. The patrons are amazing. The course, you've watched it on TV. It's hard to get over all that the first time you play. And obviously I didn't play very well. And played with another guy that it was his first time and he didn't play very well either. So that, that mojo can get going bad if both guys are playing bad. But it was a wonderful experience. And then I was fortunate enough to finish tied for, I think, 14th in the US Open in 1990. And back then they were taking the top 15 players. So that's how I got into the Masters the second time in 1991. Still missed the cut, but I played better, shot under par on the back nine the last time I played there. And it's, it's most times winning and doing well as a rookie or the first few years doesn't generally happen. You see the experience of guys that have played there lots of times that come through, i.e., Justin Rose at the age of 45, still learning, or McIlroy, whatever. It's a course where, it looks wonderful. And if you're playing really good, you can score well. But if you're a little bit off, and you see it every year, or even on a Sunday, it will punish you badly and make you look kind of get a little embarrassed of shooting some numbers and messing up some holes. So yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah, that course can chew you up and spit you out. It's tough course. That first year, 1989, disappointing 82 and 75 from Jim, and he did not make the cut. Didn't play well. Was it nerves? I mean, that's a huge stage to be on.
Yeah, to a degree, first time stepping up there were some nerves and what's it going to be like, et cetera. But once you get going, it's not as bad. You get focused on it, or you've made enough bogeys. Like, well, okay, I'm over nerves now. I'm kind of mad that I'm not doing better, right? So you just try and put it behind you and keep moving forward. Generally speaking, over my career, I never really played that well early in the year. It kind of usually came on in the spring and into the summer and the fall is when I played better. And so it was just challenging to get prepared and play there for their first time and do well.
I wonder if that's a Wyoming thing. I mean, Wyoming golf, we don't play golf in January for the most part.
Or February or most of March.
Right. All right. So what do you do today? You still, you ended up leaving golf, coming back to golf, and I'm sure golf is still important to you. What is Jim doing today in Sheridan?
Yeah. So towards, like I said, I kind of ended up in 93, moved back to Sheridan from Jackson, been living here ever since. Went back to playing in 98, played through 2005-ish, where I qualified for my third U.S. Open at the age of 41. Missed the cut, but and I got in a couple tour events and made the cut. So I was like, this is kind of a swan song, but I kind of fluked into selling jet fuel for a high school friend of mine with a company called Phoenix Fuel out of Sheridan. For a couple of years, I did them both. And then, so it was kind of easy to transition. I was getting older, injured, tired, didn't want to do the traveling anymore. So I got into the selling jet fuel around the country and the world, frankly. And now I've been in it essentially over 20 years. I think I'm on my fifth or sixth different company as the company here went bankrupt. The other companies that I work for got bought or sold or a new president and whatever. But I'm selling jet fuel for a company called Mercury Fuels. They're out of California and Houston. But work from my office, primarily to the general aviation sector, but I'm going to be doing some more commercial airline stuff, supply, things like that. So that's what keeps me busy. Work from home, which is fantastic, great flexibility. I've got, 20 plus years of experience of doing it, and that's where I've landed. As far as golf goes, I play, I don't know, not that much, honestly. Kind of hurt my back skiing about 6 weeks ago, so I'm hoping that it recovers. I play maybe 15 times a year or so out at the Powderhorn here in Sheridan.
That skiing can really jeopardize your golf game. Stay away from the slopes, Jim.
I'm pretty good skier. I just had a fluke that hit a compression and it knocked me on my back, but I think it'll heal all right.
Well, you're in precious commodities now. What's Jet A going for these days?
Yeah, well, the raw cost of fuel, it's definitely in the $4 to $5 range, but that's just the cost of fuel. When you add the into-plane rate that the FBOs charge and taxes and things like that, it's getting close to $9-10 in certain places. It won't be that much, in Sheridan or, down in Laramie. Will be that much over in Jackson. I'll give you that. People know you're coming and they're going to charge whatever they need to over there. So it just depends on the location, but it's pretty darn expensive. Yeah.
Well, Jim, it's so cool to be able to relive history with you. The only Wyomingite to tee it up at the Masters. Here's a photo of him doing his thing back in the day. I think that may hold for quite a while, that distinction. You have the trivia answer and this piece of trivia, a Wyoming golfer making it to Augusta.
Yeah, well, you can also add 3 U.S. Opens, a PGA, and a British Open as well. So I hit them all.
Yeah. Fit this guy for a jacket already. Were you surprised at Rory repeating or not really? He's a heck of a golfer.
Yeah, not so much. I didn't pick him in my pool because I thought his back was bothering. But when I learned that But when I learned that he'd been going up there for weeks and doing all that extra practice, like, well, that would have been nice to know. I'd have certainly picked him. That's all. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think with the pressure off of winning the first time, getting the Grand Slam, I mean, it's all gravy for him now. So he doesn't have that pressure. And it was good to watch.
Hey, thanks for being on. Have a great Wednesday. We'll see you on the links maybe one of these days.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
You bet.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Hey, let's get back to it with Jared Petrino. Jared, sorry, I'm running a tick late all morning. I just cannot get back to speed.
That's all good. That's all good. We're good.
All right, let's talk football with Jared Petrino, University of Wyoming football third-year head coach Jay Sauvel, watching his team go through the paces, and now the fourth week of spring practice, doing something that he referred to as spiders. I'm like, what? He's like, later this week, we're going to do a couple of days of spiders. I'm like, what the heck is that?
Yeah, they're just going to be taking off the shoulder pads, and their spiders are it's a softer pad that they wear when they don't wear shoulder pads, just so they can try to take some hitting out of practice a little bit. Because just kind of give them a little break, because this is kind of the dog days of spring ball right now. They just finished up practice 10 yesterday, so probably trying to give them some. They had the big scrimmage on Saturday, and probably just trying to give them some time off before they get and then ramp back up for the spring game.
Yeah, I'm always worried about full contact stuff in spring. I mean, we're already looking at some injuries to edge rushers, defensive ends, and we were thin there to go into it. I don't want to see guys get hurt now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some guys out there right now that they probably don't need to see anymore on film. It's just getting them to the finish line now and getting them to that game one in Fort Collins in late August. So, yeah, so there's definitely some guys getting banged up especially on the front O-line, D-line. They're the ones hitting all the time. So you try to take some stress off them a little bit, and that's probably why he's going that route. Is just taking some physicality out of practice so they can have some mental days and they can still get a lot of good work done.
Yeah, those guys in the pits, though, the big hogs, man, you can't fake what they do. You can't go half 50% of what they do. You know, you can run pass patterns if you're a skill guy. You play outside the hash. You can go through the motions, but those guys, that's what they do, man. They hit and they get hit. And it's tough to simulate that without actually doing it.
For sure. And every time and the scary part about it, sometimes when you go spiders, they think they forget that they're just in spiders because their minds work one way. And so then you got to kind of not make sure you don't put them in those environments because, you know, their nature is to put their head on somebody and get that physicality going. So you got to be careful with that too.
Recruiting is an ongoing thing anymore. Still recruiting 4 commits in the last week. I think I heard Coach Salvel say.
Yeah, well, it's just interesting. The recruiting schedules just moved way up. Usually used to be you couldn't commit till June 1st going into your senior year, and now they're doing official visits with juniors in December and February, and so yeah, a lot of these kids are making decisions now. So, yeah, it's a long time till they get assigned. They won't be able to sign till December, so we got to hold on to it. But it's exciting to get these commitments for sure.
One piece of news that's come out of the spring practice is Tote Harris, the RB1. This kid's really coming around. He showed flashes last year of brilliance, but he's becoming a complete running back, pass blocking, pass catching. He may be the most well-rounded guy out of the backfield since X-Man.
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed he's having a really good spring, and this offense fits him really, really well. And you'll see him getting the ball, from the quarterback, but you'll see him getting the ball in the air quite a bit. And they utilize the backs well, getting them the ball out in space and manipulating the defense. And yeah, I'm excited to see the role. There's been him and a couple of those other backs have been having really good springs. It's been fun to watch and making it difficult on some defenses.
Yeah, he's got he's got burst, he's got lateral move, he's got all those things you want a running back to have. He's young and more weight room time, more developing into his own body. He's exciting. I'm glad we're able to hang on to him. I'm glad who we were able to hang on to in basketball as well. We saw some defections from the men's program, but those core guys, Naz and them, they're still on. And we added Mike Mora. What do you know about this kid?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about him. I know I believe he's a shooter. So I know that's one thing is looking for a guy that can knock down shots. You got Naz who can do a lot of things. He can knock down shots, but he also can create. But it's always nice to have that guy out in the perimeter to be able to when they're trying to pack the paint and stop the dribble drive. You got guys out there that can knock down threes, and with him and Bennett, it'll be a nice 1-2 combination with guys that can do that. So.
Mora comes from Cal State Monterey. Got 2 years of eligibility left. That should be exciting to see him on the basketball court when we do that again. I just had on earlier today the Learfield sports guy, Rob DeSoto. We talked about the patch that's going on, the uniforms. Another cool, creative way to create revenue sharing money because you got to pay to play the game anymore. That's a good idea, and I think we got a good fit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great fit, and I think it's going to be something that's going to help us, get in a situation to be competitive when it comes. Probably don't be able to hold on to a lot of these basketball players without some things like this. So it's huge for our program and huge for all of our athletic programs. So.
What else is going on? Tennis, golf at the university. You follow that at all?
Yeah, a little bit. I saw yesterday the girls, the Cowgirls finished ninth in a tournament. It's like one of their best finishes that they've had it was a very competitive field. I believe it was out of like 30 teams. And so finishing ninth is pretty dang good. It was they had one gal finish in the top 10. And so that's awesome. Definitely some things going on there. I think track is kind of getting rolling a little bit, and then everyone else is kind of doing their spring seasons. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty quiet. When I was working down at UW Athletics, this was your kind of your quiet time. This is you could take a deep breath and relax a little bit. So
yeah,
because all the sports that are going on, none of them you're not really hosting anything. It's all stuff on the road.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, quiet time in Laramie. Jared Petrino joins us every Wednesday to talk about University of Wyoming sports. Thanks, Jared. Have a great day.
All right. See you, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake moving along on a Wednesday. Coming up next hour, we'll chat with Rod Miller. That ought to be fun. He's making a special appearance, by the way. Rod Miller is tomorrow in Lander. An evening with Rod Miller. How fancy is Rod Miller got? He gets his own evening. An evening with Rod Miller. Brought to you by the Action Committee, taking action to save our democracy. Rod Miller will appear live tomorrow, Thursday, from 6 to 8 at the Middle Fork Restaurant in Lander, including live music from Tom Brady, a raffles, silent auction, open bar. Sounds like if you're in the Lander area, a chance to hang out with the legend that is Rod Miller. Bryan Pedersen will be up next hour as well, and we'll talk with him about sports, especially NIL money in high school and the recent ban to not allow any kind of revenue sharing NIL stuff to happen in Wyoming high schools and the implications that's already had for Cheyenne South High School, particularly the football team. So a lot more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A mild winter has produced a bumper crop of Wyoming turkeys, and the territorial rituals have already started. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that seasoned turkey hunters are saying this will lead to a huge season.
I talked to a couple guys, one guy who's here in Wyoming and one guy who's good buddies with him from Montana that frequently comes down to Wyoming and hunts. They say, we've had this weird, wacky weather, essentially no winter. Basically, they said all it's really done is put the turkeys into like their mating behavior a little bit early, about a month early. The season opens on the 20th, but they say the turkeys are already gobbling. They said that probably shouldn't affect the hunting. The hunting should still be okay. And because of the mild winter, we'll probably have a bumper crop of young turkeys.
Wyoming has both spring and fall turkey hunting seasons. The spring season opens April 20th. The almost $141 billion Sentinel missile program is racing to catch up after cost overruns triggered a congressional review and delays. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that officials say the stakes are high for national defense, and Wyoming and F.E. Warren Air Force Base sit at the heart of the push.
This is the largest public works project since the highway system was built. $140.9 billion replacement of the Minuteman III missile system. That is part of our nuclear deterrent approach. America wants to replace those because while we were flirting with the idea of, reducing nuclear arms, the rest of the world didn't play along with that. China added technology and capability to its missiles. Russia did the same thing. And so we're realizing that we've got to modernize our missiles. Wyoming, again, is right in the middle of it. We are ground zero for this upgrade.
Northrop Grumman's Sentinel spokesperson, Matt Dillow, tells Cowboy State Daily that the acceleration push is coming from the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Strategic Command. Dillow added that both entities are saying they need the operational capability of Sentinel as soon as they can get it. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. This is another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Know before you go. Plan ahead, give yourself plenty of time, anticipate road conditions, and consider alternate routes. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. At least 3 rematches in the Wyoming House of Representatives have surfaced so far this campaign season, and one more looks likely. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they all feature Republicans facing other Republicans.
We have some of these kind of close races where either some of them were ousted House members, some of them are just fell short of becoming House members, and they're saying, yeah, I'm doing it again. Like X.E. Brown lost to Landon Brown by 17 votes, and he's been churning in that community since then. So he's decided, yeah, let's give it another go. Same thing. Edith Allen lost to now Representative Kevin Christensen by like 6 votes in the primary election. And so you've got these kind of tantalizing losses that are rehashing themselves as rematches in the primary right now.
Unlike other states, in deep red Wyoming, the notable rematches feature Republicans against other Republicans. After a Laramie man totaled his car colliding with a moose in the dark early morning hours on Monday, he and his fiancée hoped that they could at least claim the meat. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that somebody else had different plans.
By the time they got back up there, somebody else had already messed with the moose carcass. Apparently, he said it looked like they put a winch cable around a snake and winched it down a Forest Service road and ruined a bunch of meat by dragging it along its side. Took about a quarter of the meat that was still good and then just left. He basically walked away from the accident with a couple minor cuts, and that was it. He had already checked it in with Game and Fish on the scene and then submitted the form to claim the carcass.
Tim Weiland tells Cowboy State Daily that he woke his fiancée, Lindsay Williams, at 6 a.m. to tell her that a moose totaled their car, and then he called back and said he lost the moose meat. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore, and I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we bring in a true legend, number 72 on the Rawlins Outlaws football team. It's Rod Miller. You were a big guy in high school, Rod, like large, number 72.
Yeah. I was 6'4" and a half and 235 when that picture was taken.
Woo! I didn't know. I feel bad for your horses now.
I always rode big horses.
Yeah, that's a good move. Legendary Rod Miller is on the show to preview his show tomorrow in Lander. We'll talk about that in a bit. What are some of the things you're going to talk about? Certainly politics, Freedom Caucus, maybe a little bit of Secretary of State Chuck Gray. I don't know. What are you going to rap about tomorrow?
Well, I think everything. A year ago, I was on a panel, the same outfit in Lander called the Action Network or something like that. And it was myself, Lloyd Larson, Ivan Posey, and Kim Bartlett, just a panel talking about Wyoming issues and stuff. And the Q&A from the audience was fascinating. These are smart people. I had great questions. And so they invited me back to do a solo show. And I'm not sure exactly what they want me to talk about. If it's, if it's just dead silence, I'm going to do my rope tricks and my bird calls and that big finale that the crowd loves, the chainsaw juggling act. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, that's the benefit of having Rod Miller on this show or any show is just wind him up, let him go kind of a guy. You don't really need an agenda or let's
I imagine it's going to get a little political. So
yeah, and we'll get a little political here too. Your one of your latest columns I read for Wildfile concerning where your roots are at in the big empty, and before you throw your hat in the ring to run, just because you're on the Missouri Chamber of Commerce or whatever it was. Yeah, to understand Wyoming, it can't be a surface scratch. You got to know where you come from. You got to know your roots. Try to get what you're talking about before you start talking in Wyoming.
Precisely, because if you don't do that, you're going to come into Wyoming, get an election certificate, and waste our time talking about chemtrails and UFOs.
And we've seen that, actually.
Exactly, yeah.
As absurd as it is sounding as it is, we actually have seen that real life.
And I'm not anti-newcomer to Wyoming. Like I said in that column, we're all newcomers to Wyoming. Some of our ancestors just got here 20,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with moving to Wyoming and enjoying the place. I would encourage you to do it. What rankles me is if you move here and after a couple of years start running for office thinking you know how the cow eats grass and you have no clue. You have to be here for a certain amount of time to absorb the unique culture of this place. And to understand the nature of Wyoming's conservatism. I think that's that was the point of that call.
Yeah, and it's stuff that can't be learned with an internet search. I mean, you really have to immerse yourself in Wyoming, and there should be a minimum time requirement or something to show you're invested in the state and its history and its roots.
Yeah, I don't know if a time requirement, if you have to be here a certain period of time, but I think it should be required that at least once you get your ass bucked off a horse into a cactus patch, you get bitten by a rattlesnake, you get windburn, and you get stuck on I-80 around Arlington in January.
Yeah.
If someone is diligent about it, they can get all of that done in a year.
Yeah, or a week. Yeah, these are rites of passage in Wyoming, including living through a drought. We see the winter we didn't have this year. I think you said you shoveled once. I shoveled twice. I mean, that was crazy. But we do drought, man. We've done drought here. We've been here.
Yeah, this isn't our first rodeo drought-wise.
Yeah.
And I wrote a column about that. Did you read that one? Like we did in the old days, my granddad said in the middle of a drought, if it doesn't rain pretty soon, boys, we'll have to do like we did in the old days. And the hired hands all said, well, Kirk, how did you do it in the old days? And he said, we brought in a trainload of frogs from back east and beat the piss out of them. It's labor intensive, but it puts moisture in the ground.
Uh-huh. And no amount of complex system of water laws and interstate compact is going to make it rain. What fixes drought is not politics, it's rain, and we'll get it.
Yeah. It's out of our control.
All right, let's. I want to talk about Freedom Caucus. You mentioned the other day somewhere in an article or on the Facebooks or something, the Freedom Caucus, that whole movement may have an expiration date, and it may be this August.
Yeah, that was my column this morning.
Yeah.
Called Requiem for a Movement. And yeah, it's an opinion column. I'm not reporting hard news or factual information or anything like that. But my gut tells me that we've seen the high watermark of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, that from here on out, they're just going to lose support and lose political stroke for any number of reasons, not least of them, chemtrails, UFOs, and Checkgate. Those poor Freedom Caucus incumbents are going to have to campaign with Rebecca Bextel's picture around their neck. Copy of the check they got. So that's my reading of the political tea leaves, that this is going to be a tough year for the Freedom Caucus.
Yeah, I feel that a little bit too. They came on with such a splash, the Freedom Caucus, but I see it waning a little bit. There was a time where you had to be fearful to step outside their ranks as a Republican for fear of being labeled not right enough in Wyoming. But I see more and more some independent thinkers in the legislature this time around in the budget session that says, yeah, sometimes I align with the Freedom Caucus, sometimes I don't, and I'm not afraid to say when I don't.
Yeah. And they Daniel saying, House member from Cheyenne left the Freedom Caucus, turned in a secret decoder ring and no longer a member. So, and I think more of that will happen. And on the flip side, I think there will be more electable, highly credentialed individuals from the center of the political spectrum in Wyoming announce and run against Freedom Caucus incumbents this year. I'm seeing enough of that to think that that's a trend. So Freedom Caucus members that maybe had like minimal opposition 2 years ago or ran uncontested, they're going to butt up against some cowboys and cowgirls who are tired of putting up with their bullshit.
Let's talk about President Trump in the news for his AI-generated depiction of him as the great healer, whether that's a Red Cross doctor or Jesus Christ himself. Do we just have to take away the president's iPad and not allow him to post stuff after 2 a.m.?
Well, either that or Article 25 or impeachment or, excommunication or, Pope Leo, who is a huge Chicago Cubs fan, called down a lightning bolt on him for, completely blaspheming the Christian gospel. Yeah. And yet, Jake, with all of that, there are still people that say, oh, I like the guy.
Yeah.
A president of the United States can, and this goes beyond, shooting a guy on Fifth Avenue and getting away with it. A president of the United States can blaspheme Jesus Christ in the United States, and his Christian base will make excuses for him. To me, as an American and as a Bible-believing Christian, I can't figure that out.
No, I mean, there's a line, and certainly feels like the president has crossed it on a few occasions. Let's talk about Secretary of State Chuck Ray. That whole race, by the way, for U.S. House, that's going to be a mudslinging dogfight. Oh, my goodness. You got Secretary of State Chuck Ray in there, Reed Reisner, and many others. That could get ugly.
There's 10 of them, right? On Republican,
something like that.
I think 10. Joseph Kibler may or may not have withdrawn from the race, but he's still campaigning. It's a bench clearing brawl on the Republican side. And this reminds me of '86 when at the end of Ed Hirschler's third term, he's the only governor to serve 3 terms in Wyoming, and he wasn't going to run again. And there'd been a 12-year backlog of lust for the governor's office in the Republican Party, and all of these high-profile Republicans entered the primary, and they just sliced each other up, just eviscerated each other in that primary. Pete Simpson came out of that as a nominee from the Republican side, but the party had been weakened by that infighting. And what that did was that opened the door for a neophyte politician from Casper who had never even run for the school board, Mike Sullivan, to be elected governor. The Republican Party just neutered itself in that time. And I remember watching the nightly news, like Roger Mudd or someone is going down through all the statewide races, and he gets to the gubernatorial race in Wyoming and said, running in the governor's race in Wyoming, we have on the Republican side Pete Simpson, a scion of an old line Republican Party, brother of sitting U.S. Senator Al Simpson, son of former Governor and Senator Millward Simpson. Opposing him on the Democratic side is Casper attorney Mike Sullivan, who has as much business in this race as a moose in a phone booth.
Yeah.
And that's quite possibly could repeat itself this year in the Republican primary.
Possibly. The primary will take all the steam out of the Republican side of things, because that is shaping up to be a war of words, a real war of a campaign. And can a Democrat take advantage of that in November? We'll see. What do you think about the governor? Governor Mark Gordon still hasn't made a declaration of whether he would try to stick around for a third term. He's, in nice words, a centrist Republican. Some call him, way too left to be a Republican. But in this day and age where you're so extreme right, so extreme left, I don't mind someone who's kind of a little bit middle ground. Do you think he'll go for a third time?
Jake, I don't know. I've not talked to him about it, nor will I talk to him about it, because that's a deeply personal decision. What that would do to the Republican primary is anybody's guess. It might clarify things, but if he was to ask me my advice, I would say, Governor Gordon, hang him up. You've done a good job. 2 good terms as governor. Time to take care of the family and the ranch and bask in your accomplishments. But I don't know. I can't predict that one. I do think that if Gordon all of a sudden at the last minute entered the Republican primary, I'm not sure he would beat Eric Barlow. Barlow has been campaigning for months, doing all the right things, saying all the right things, and very, very quietly putting together what I think would be, is almost an indomitable campaign. I don't think anybody's going to beat Barlow.
Really?
Again, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Eric Barlow comes off to me as being very governor-like. He sounds right as a governor, but I think Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder has more name cachet. Which one wins? Often it's money that wins a race, but...
Well, yeah, let's look at money. Degenfelder's first fundraisers in her primary campaign was Rebecca Bexdale's house up in Jackson, where she got the Checkgate check. Her second fundraiser she held in Denver.
Out of state, yeah.
Yeah. So she's going to have to campaign with people knowing that about her.
Any other political things? Any other races you're following?
Yeah. As a columnist for Wildfall, I can't come out and endorse anybody in my column, but I am not afraid to say in front of God and all the Wyoming public that I really like Eamon O'Toole running for House District 41. I forget what it is. It's the biggest House district in Wyoming. Carbon County goes all the way from Farson over to Saratoga. And Eamon's grandfather, George Salisbury, held that seat for years as a Democrat. And George was one of my very, very early political mentors. Adored that man. George's son-in-law, Pat O'Toole, won that seat. And Pat is Eamon's dad.
Yeah.
And Pat O'Toole and I we're good friends. He used to play touch football with the kids and I up at McCormick, and a brilliant man. And Eamon has, we talked about Wyoming roots a few minutes ago. Eamon O'Toole has Wyoming roots, and I'm really pulling for that guy.
Yeah,
he is a polar opposite of a Freedom Caucus candidate. And I think I like his chances. He may run unopposed. I don't know. But he's one of the young, credible, worthy politicians who are coming up in Wyoming that I can't help but cheer for.
Eamon O'Toole, Pat's son, straight out of Savory and the Ladder Ranch. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. What is that district? I'm trying to find out.
I think it's 41, but don't quote me. It's most of Carbon County, and then the district, the boundary has been modified. Now it goes from Saratoga all the way over to Farson. So the Farson Mercantile is in Eamon O'Toole's district. The best ice cream on the planet can be had. So it's a very important district in Wyoming.
Crucial. District 47. Okay, yeah. And it includes Farson and the world famous ice cream.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on your mind, Rod? And I'm going to put up the poster, by the way, while we chat. You'll be able to see about tomorrow's event in Lander. 6 to 8, Middle Fork Restaurant, Lander. Tomorrow, music from Tom Brady, so there'll be music, and it's an evening with Rod Miller. Is this going to be a cost money thing? What are tickets? How do we get in?
I have no idea.
All right.
They're not charging me, so.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I think it's just a meeting of that action committee kind of at a restaurant. I really don't know. I don't do a lot of this kind of stuff, Jake. I try and keep away from the lecture circuit. I don't mind doing this.
No, especially when the two words attached to it are open bar. That's pretty key.
I cannot discount the importance of those two words.
Well, that should be fun. If you're in Fremont County in the Lander area tomorrow, stop by the Middle Fork Restaurant where you can enjoy an evening with Rod Miller. We enjoyed
If you're a Freedom Caucus sycophant from Fremont County, come and heckle me. That would be fun.
Yes. I'm sure Rod always welcomes an intelligent discourse or even an unintelligent discourse. I mean, we got to talk it out, right?
Yeah, I don't mind talking to idiots.
Yeah.
It would be a short conversation, but I don't mind it.
All right, Rod. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow on Lander.
Are you coming?
No, I can't make it.
I will sing a karaoke song for you if you come, Jake.
Really? Well, then I'll have to double think it. Maybe.
Okay. Thanks, Jake.
Put me down for a maybe. Yeah, thank you for coming on, Rod. Rod Miller, Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back after this.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
So I wonder if you're part of the latest trend, and that is to written correspondence that does not use capitalization. Like lowercase is the way we're all communicating now. According to Business Insider, the story headline, "Type softly, carry a big stick." It is a growing trend for even like high-level managers, CEOs of companies, for instance. And in fact, back in February, Block CEO Jack Dorsey wrote a letter to his peoples in his company, and it said, "I'll be straight about what's happening." He wrote to some 4,000 employees of his, and he started that line, "I'll be straight with you," with a lowercase I, as in ill. I'll be straight with you about what's happening. Now, there is punctuation. That's not part of it. We all know what a text looks like today. No grammar, no punctuation, no capitalization. In fact, it's the easiest way to spot a boomer's texting you is they actually use periods and commas and capitalize the beginning of the next sentence. There are no sentences in text. There's just run-on diarrhea of the keyboard, including the shortcut stuff, which I still can't bring myself to do. I watched my dad do it. My dad, he's all about the shortcut texts. I'll be texting with him and he'll be like, TY. I'm like, what the heck does TY mean? Oh, thank you. I see. Or BRB, be right back. Some people are all about the shortcut text things. I'm talking about like what should be formal, somewhat formal written correspondence, whether that's an email to your company or even a public comment statement from a boss or an owner or a manager. The trend today, apparently, according to Business Insider, is to no longer use capitalization. Everything is lowercase. That's the trend. So if you're still making a capital to start a new sentence, assuming it wasn't done by your autocorrect, then you're living in the past. The new way is to not capitalize it. I'm just sharing this info so you know how to fit in with today's new world. Story from David Madison and Renee Jean, two similar related stories on the growth, the explosive growth of data centers in Wyoming and the amount of workforce that's going to be needed to put them in place and then to maintain them once they're up and running. And we're talking about, in the David Madison story, a developer in Laramie County is asking the county to build an 800-unit man camp in order to house what's estimated to be about 5,600 construction workers needed to build data centers going in around the Laramie County, Cheyenne area, Cheyenne's south side. We hear that these are pretty good paying jobs. These aren't, exactly grunts. These are skilled electricians, pipe fitters, etc. But still, they're workers that are presumably going to have to be imported from outside the state. Wyoming just doesn't have 5,600 construction workers in the Cheyenne area ready to go to work right now building data centers. They're going to have to be brought there, which of course begs the first question, where are we going to put them? Where are we going to house them? Iron Guard Housing has applied to build an 800-unit man camp on the prairie just outside Cheyenne, large enough to house 5,600 construction workers, other skilled specialists. Obviously, the influx of a workforce this big, 5,600 new workers to Cheyenne. I know it's the capital city, the most populated city in Wyoming, right up there with Casper, but that's not insignificant. 5,600 new members of the workforce is a pretty big hit. That will move the needle. And it's not just where do you house these people, it's other infrastructure in place to accommodate the additional population. From grocery stores was mentioned in this story. I think one woman in the story said, we have just one grocery store in this neighborhood. Outside of that, you got to make a big long drive to the nearest Walmart. The whole characteristics of neighborhoods will be changed by the influx of these so-called man camps. Elizabeth Marvin is the Southside resident in this story written by David Madison, who said, there's only one grocery store on this side of town. The next closest is the Walmart clear over on Livingston off of I-80. That's just, groceries. What about the additional law enforcement, fire, schools, everything that comes with each additional member of the workforce? Each new person who comes to town, they're going to need all kinds of amenities. whether it's traffic, utilities, public safety, property values. Many are concerned by these databases going in and the amount of increase in population. Microsoft looking to triple its Cheyenne data center footprint with a 3,200 acre land buy. That story from Renee Jean in the Cowboy State Daily. Renee said Microsoft announced this yesterday. It will buy 3,200 acres in Cheyenne that would essentially triple its existing footprint. These data centers we had on earlier today on the show, Betsey Hale of the Cheyenne Leads, an important nonprofit organization that's economic development minded. They have helped pave the way to get these data centers in there. One of the things Betsey told us is, we're not growing just to grow, and we're not rubber stamping and approving everybody who wants to come here with an idea. They are carefully vetting, and they're carefully making sure that growth is smart growth. But still, there are some concern with the growth is too big, too fast, and we do not yet know what the implications will be when all these data centers get busy building and get busy, running. It'll bring revenue, certainly, to the state, to certain counties. But what about the downsides, the energy resources, the electricity and water needed for these data centers, and then just the amount of additional workforce needed to put them in? Is Cheyenne ready? Cheyenne's already a city that's been known for not having enough housing, and certainly affordable housing. And they're not alone. That's not the only community in Wyoming that has a lack of workforce housing. Greg Johnson's story I thought was interesting, if only to display yet another unfortunate example of the adults are supposed to be in charge, right? At a school, this Gillette Junior High School, an IT worker there has been charged with a felony in the alleged assault of a student. The IT worker said the student was being, quote, flippant with him. And the IT worker allegedly lost his temper with this student. We're talking about Cody Eckhart. And it's just one in a string of stories about how teachers, administration, or these supposed adults in the room when it comes to a school are acting anything but adult. If these allegations are true, and they include this IT worker, Cody Eckhart, hitting a student's head into the lockers in the hallway, that's bad, if true. Also, Cody grabbed the student, supposedly, according to eyewitnesses, around the back of his neck, squeezed him while pushing him into the lockers, called the student a little SH. Unlike Rod Miller, I will not use the actual word. I got to remind myself to bleep out Rod's BS word. It just baffles me why adults just can't act like the adults, and why so often the students of the school are acting more the adult. In this case, the altercation happened when the student using a laptop was told not to do something again. Cody, apparently, according to the affidavit, Cody, the IT worker, told the student, "Do not do this again," referring to the student losing or breaking his laptop. The student replied, "Yes, sir." Cody once again said, "All right, I'm going to repeat this. Do not do this again." The student again replied, "Yes, sir." Cody said, despite the response, "Yes, sir," he thought it was being delivered in a facetious way, in a flippant way. And it caused Cody to allegedly lose his temper and allegedly rough up said student at the Gillette Junior High School. The story from Greg Johnson appeared 2 days ago, April 13th, and I besides being disappointed in schools today and the behavior of supposed adults, I'm surprised an IT worker has access to students. That's a special job. The teacher-student relationship is a careful one, in my opinion, especially high school. You're talking about some teachers that are in their maybe mid-20s and high school students that are maybe 17, 18 years old. There's not a huge gap there between where you are in life. And we've seen how that can lead to inappropriate relationships. You gotta, as a teacher, you have to be specially capable of dealing with students at their level. I don't know why an IT guy who's hired to obviously take care of the computer system and the whole IT stuff, why does an IT person have access to students at a school? That seems like a recipe for what we're getting. And that's felony allegations. Anyway, we got Bryan Pedersen. He'll be up next. Can't wait to talk to him right after this last break in the last hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Bryan Pedersen's here. Bryan is a Cheyenne-based businessman, former Wyoming state legislator, longtime community advocate with deep ties to youth sports education. We're going to talk a little bit of sports, a little bit of lawmaking. He served multiple terms in the Wyoming House of Representatives and got out of it relatively unscathed, including time on the Appropriations Committee. Bryan, great to see you again.
Thanks for having me on, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah, let's talk Cheyenne South and the football team that plays the game in sneakers. That shouldn't have to happen.
Well, there's kids, in sports and one of the things that's true of sports is there's costs associated with things. And you realize that the school districts across the state do the best to supply what they can, but there are hidden costs. I actually got a call from a friend of mine, Jeremy Francis, who was a coach at South High for soccer in 2021. And he let me know that there were 8 varsity players who did not have cleats. Cleats are really all you need to play soccer. The field is supplied and the ball, and obviously the uniforms by the school district, but the cleats. So my wife and I went and bought him cleats. We bought a mixture of Adidas, Nike cleats, because if you just go get the blue plastic cleats, they're not going to wear them, and now they're playing in Converse and someone gets hurt. So what we're looking for is the opportunity for kids to participate in sports, and getting that initial buy-in is a big deal. And it's one of the reasons why I've been trying to get together some NIL opportunities for kids in Wyoming prior to the most recent legislation.
And when we're talking NIL in high school, yeah, we're talking about things like being able to raise money for necessities like cleats. We're not necessarily talking about some of the things that NIL has been made a boogeyman over at the college level. Now, you've been working with the Wyoming High School Activities Association for years, trying to build a NIL framework. And was all of that dashed when the legislation just basically banned NIL at the high school level in Wyoming?
Yeah, the reason I originally approached it was I approached about 5 years ago, and I was working with the Wyoming High School Athletic Association. And my goal was originally thinking about my own sons and my daughter who are in year-round sports. And you start to take a look at the commitment, and parents out there know this. If your kid's in year-round sports, my sons go to weights in the morning. They leave the house around 5:45 and they have weights before school. They usually don't get home till 7:30 or 8 at night. Those are working hours. And then, of course, you've got in the summer, we're at tournaments. We're working with coaches. We're at camps, clinics, things along these lines. And you just don't get an opportunity to find a job. My kids would find a neighbor who needed their yard cleaned up on a Tuesday, but they're not available every Tuesday. So they tried to get a little money here and there. But the reality is it's an opportunity for kids to compete in sports. You got kids right now at various places around the state. I thought of a lot of kids at South, but there's kids in every school who would be great at sports, but don't have the opportunity because they're participating in paying for their family's bills, or at least taking off some of the burden. Maybe they're paying their car insurance. Maybe they're covering some other costs or purchasing their own car. But the reality is by participating in sports, to use an example here, my oldest son, I pay $6,000 a year for him to go to college, right? Because he has an academic and athletic scholarship that he earned. But you think there's some kid in a high school right now who's not going to end up with that opportunity to go to college because they have to work instead of having an opportunity to hone whatever athleticism they have and get an opportunity to go to college. And that was really the reason why I had approached the NIL system. I think that there's some boogeyman, black helicopters are circling. And you have instances where you have in Southern California, some kid gets paid $100,000 to come be quarterback. That's not happening. I can't get people to pay $1,500 for a table at the Children's Society Gala. There's nobody going to pay $10,000 to bring a quarterback from Central over to East High, take, for example. It's not going to happen. But what you've done is you've taken, and you do the math, about 1.2 million kids play football in the United States. 46 states offer NIL opportunities. Good, bad, or indifferent, it exists. And what we did is we took the 2,800 kids in Wyoming and said, you don't get to do that. You don't get to earn a little money on this. You can picture, some of these, you can picture, I have a bunch of realtor friends, and maybe they would take their $5,000, and they'd pick 10 kids, a boy and a girl in every sport, and pay each kid $500 to come say, this is my favorite realtor. They come to a closing, they post it on their social media, they get a little tax write-off. You got $500 at 17 years old. That's a lot of money. That can make a significant dent in that insurance policy that you have to play on your car, or help you buy some clothes for school and all the things that kids work for.
Yeah, the way we see NIL work at the college level, or rather the way it doesn't work, I mean, horror stories, certainly, that's not the same. That's not comparing apples to apples when we're talking about NIL high school, especially in Wyoming, where this is a solution in search of the problem is for lawmakers, I think.
Yeah, it's 4A rural sports. This isn't 6A California. And here's what I'm going to say. NIL has been abused across the country. That's a fact. But what we have is a system where it's out and it's available for high school and college students across the country. And we've just said, but not our kids. Now, this way of earning extra money is available out there. And I see the abuse that's happened at the college level. And we all acknowledge that the portal and the NIL has changed the game, and probably not for the better in a lot of ways. But but when it's out there, and you're telling Wyoming high school athletes that everybody has this opportunity to earn a little money on the side, to go towards college, to go towards a truck, to go towards a trade school, to save for college, but you don't get to. I think we're cutting off our nose to spite our own face.
Well, I know the Pedersen family and the deep pockets there. You've solved problems by just buying stuff yourself, whether it's a new car for a teenager or a pre-owned car or cleats for the soccer team. But there's a limit to your financial resources. That's so nice of you to step in where you can. Bryan, tell us about the South Side, the football team, and the effort there to get those kids in cleats.
I put together a group of friends of mine, and we decided to come together because my original goal was to create an NIL opportunity for South High students, pay kids $10 an hour to be at the sport so they could have the opportunity to not maybe have to go and work after school and have an opportunity to compete in sports. Maybe you're in that college scholarship that they could get through the participation and all the other great things that come with sports, team building and friendship. That was dashed. So I said, well, we've got to make a difference. So what I did is I reached out. I got a friend of mine who owns Cowcus Cleats. It's a company where the cleats are specifically designed to reduce knee injury. And sometimes the claims are as high as 40% reduction in knee injury in the way that they're set up. They're the official cleat of the U.S. lacrosse team. And I said, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to buy cleats from there because we're going to do the right thing for the right reasons with the best cleats possible. Called a bunch of friends of mine and local businesses. We got support from 7 different local businesses to go in and buy brand new cleats for the entire Southside football team. Now you've reduced that barrier, that buy-in barrier. Cleats can be a couple $100, you know, and now you've given an opportunity for kids to say, well, I've eliminated that hurdle. I can participate in sports.
Yeah, whether it's a barrier of entry with the cost of equipment for a sport or the fact that your time commitment as a student athlete, you might not be able to do it. You might need a part-time job. We may never know the data, the numbers of kids who choose not to go out for the team. They're lost. That's a missed chance there to get somebody into sports. And we all know what sports does for kids.
Yeah, sports do great things. I played all kinds of sports, and I played all the sports that I was terrible at. And because I wanted to be around other people at school, I wanted that friendship, that building of that camaraderie that you get from 3 o'clock till 7 o'clock at night that you get with your friends, whether that's in the weight room, basketball court, the wrestling room, the soccer play. I played sports I was terrible at for the group. And that's what you get a lot more out of it. You know, I talked about those opportunities where kids can go on to college, get their college paid for, but there's more than that. It's a social time. It's a way that you learn to work with others. It's a way that you learn management skills by helping direct people to do what they're the best at. There's all kinds of opportunity in sports. I think that NIL was an opportunity to have that in rural 4A sports and 3A and 2A, all the way every sport level that we have in Wyoming, because that's what we're talking. We're talking about rural sports here. And athletics in small towns in Wyoming, and have a kid have an opportunity to make a few $100s to participate in these sports and claim that opportunity is really, I think it's an opportunity that's been stolen for now. It may get taken back by the legislature in time, hopefully. But as long as it's true nationwide, it should be true in Wyoming too. You can't say 46 other states have the opportunity to participate in high school athletics and get paid through name, image, and licensing, and then say, but not here. We're just punishing our own kids.
Yeah, Wyoming lawmakers this last budget session banned NIL deals for high school athletics, but careful what you wish for, unintended consequences. It takes a guy like this, Bryan Pedersen, to figure a workaround to get cleats onto the football team at Cheyenne South. We can't let you go without having you put your other hat on. That's the Wyoming Combat Sports Commission.
You bet.
Last time we talked to you, I was excited to see humans fighting robots. Is that ever going to happen?
We don't. I have told you, and I've said that I think the time is coming. Only because, if you think of the opportunity, people will participate in it, and it looks like Tesla is going to be trying to launch the Optimus robot the last part of this year, first part of next year. And somebody's going to want to fight it. And the whole reason that we decided that we would at least address the promulgation of rules is so that we have fighter safety. Because if someone's going to do it, let's at least say that it's going to be safe. I mean, we can ban it, and then and it can go out right. But at some point, they already, there's already grappling robots and all kinds of things that people use to practice on. They'll just make that better. And if robotics goes as far as it is, you're 5 or 10 years away from the inevitable choice when we see that, because people will pay for it. People will buy tickets. People will do pay-per-view. And if there's a capitalism drive towards it, then you have to offer it as a safe solution for a regulatory body.
Yeah, and the day is coming. Like you said, we're already seeing it. Like whether you're boxing or mixed martial arts or wrestling, choosing to practice on or spar with a droid of some kind, especially when you can program it to do things like maybe an upcoming match you have with a guy who's he's a southpaw maybe, so you need a robot.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's already happening. So when these become competitions, we got to make sure the robots don't beat the pee out of us, and it's a fair fight.
The reality is that boxing commissions and combat sports commissions exist for their sole purpose of what they're designed to do is fighter safety. And so every decision you make has to be built around fighter safety. That's what they're for. Some of these things have grown bigger and gone into other things, but the reality is the birth of it is fighter safety to ensure that it's an equal opportunity for both. That's why we have weight classes. That's why you have someone who has 40 fights doesn't fight someone with 2 fights, and you have to address the equity in the combat sports as well, as far as how we're going to let a synthetic combatant fight a human combatant.
Hey, thanks so much for being on, Bryan. It's always interesting. We're talking with you.
Great to see you, brother. Appreciate it.
You too. Have a great Wednesday.
Thanks, brother.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Bryan Pedersen on, and that's going to wrap it up for this edition. We'll see you tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.